Ducks. It's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap. What's up, everybody? Let's go to screen. I don't know why Kenny's foggy. Oh, he's clearing up.
Not ashy, hopefully. I make it a point to have lotion on all the time.
I'm about to figure out how to work those lockers over there. And I'm gonna put some lotion in it. I ain't leaving that shit in my bag all day. I'm gonna figure out how to work those lockers over there. Is that how it works? You get a code from Jonathan? I think Marco sent out an email about it. I just didn't read it. All right.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Vibe check. Where you at on this Tuesday? I said, where you at on this Tuesday? Come on, man. Run it back. We welcome you in here to the first day of August. Tuesday,
Damn.
August 1st edition of D-Lo and KC.
The greatest month of the year is finally over.
Oh, it's just beginning.
No, it's
It's
July.
just beginning.
It's July now, because you know what? August is like Sunday. You see, like Sunday's the end of the weekend. August is the end of summer. August is Sunday. July is Saturday. Where's the lie? Jesse, where's the lie? July is Saturday. August is Sunday.
I get the logic here. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. You got like a
Oh,
premium
wait a-
TikTok.
Yeah, that's
Hold
what
on.
happens. Oh,
Hold on.
That's what happens on Saturdays.
That was
That's,
foul.
that's what happens. That's what happens on Saturdays. Next week, you can press all the little buttons you want to, but I got the buttons in front of me right now. That's why I get the big boy.
Acknowledge
It's a
me.
damn shame.
Damn right. Damn right. Appreciate you being here no matter where you are. If you're on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. If you're listening on the TuneIn app, the Odyssey app. If you're watching on 1320 TV over on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, know that we love you, man. We appreciate those who are not watching on August 1st. Some of you might be watching on August 2nd or August 3rd. I was just marveling with Jesse, like how many people tap into this show, especially, the James Ham show, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, when there isn't a single King story out there in the world.
There's nothing.
Not one. But man, we're so thankful that you're here with us and task us with the responsibility of helping you get through your day. Because I assure you help us get through ours.
There ain't nothing but our top 25 games.
That's it. Well, well, there isn't a Mia's Kata story out there that I didn't. There was a report that I didn't expect to see. I mean, not that I don't mean I didn't expect to see it. I didn't expect to see Namia's Kata stuff out there.
Yeah, well,
he's got some interest. That's all it is.
Good for Kata.
From
And I hope he has interest with the Kings. I don't want him to like leave the team, but I'm just saying I'm glad to see he's got options.
Well, he does and he doesn't. Because the Kings still kind of control what happens. I was thrown for a loop a little bit, and I don't know why I didn't think this through. Probably because I was so excited that something happened. But when James broke down the Nerlens Noel stuff yesterday, I mean, he had broken down on the podcast, but when he when he kind of laid it out for us, I was left with, and I disagree with, a little bit of what James said. James is big into if you're not getting minutes on a bad team, why would you get minutes on a good team? I don't think that's fair, because I think sometimes bad teams, they don't care if Nerlens Noel can help you win.
Right.
They're not trying to win.
Right.
They're trying to accomplish other things, whether it's lose to advance in the draft or develop guys that they've already drafted. So I disagree with James a little bit in that sense.
Different.
However, his assessment on Nerlens Noel is accurate. Like, he's been cut, he's been waived. There's player that, he's been on teams before that he hasn't, played on. So that there was a lot there, but I thought it was a player we talked about. The fit seemed easy. Like, oh, okay, this works. And I think part of it was we had talked so much about him in the past, and you brought up, I think this might mean Kata's out. They don't see the development in him anymore. And that, again, it made complete sense. Now knowing the details of the contract, I'm not sold on that as much. He's basically getting paid, God bless him, $300,000 to try out for the Kings.
Do you think that, like, because like I said, like, they could go in, give Kata the opportunity, still have Noel and Alex Lynn like kind of tucked for the rest of the season if it doesn't work out? Do you think that's a sound strategy? Like, to go in with 4 bigs? You got Sabonis, 4 bigs.
Yeah.
And none of them are really the backup center.
Right.
It's probably Trey Lyles.
Right. I don't have a problem with your idea. I don't know how you get a good read on it if you do that, because of what you just said. We feel like now Trey Lyles might not be a every game backup center. He may be a strategic backup center where in certain situations, Golden State Warriors or something along those lines, maybe it works.
Yeah.
I don't know that he'd be a backup center against the 76ers.
Right.
I don't know that he'd be the backup center against the Los Angeles Lakers, but given the limited minutes, I'm fine with it. It's just, I think it's going to be difficult to judge. And in that situation, it could, in the situation you laid out, it could come down to, well, Kata's been fine. We already know Alex. Let's just cut Nerlens before the next portion of his guarantee kicks in. I think you said this all of last year. We're talking a very minimal role, especially if what we think about Trey Lyles turns out to be accurate. And given the fact that I think math tells me Sasha is the backup 4.
That's what it sounds like. Seems like.
Yeah. So if Sasha's the backup 4, we already know that Mike Brown and the Kings like Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles factors into the very non-controversial 14th game in the top 25 games of the Kings season that we'll have for you later on today. But it was one of those
non-controversial.
No controversy. No controversy with this one. No, I mean, it's your list. Like, I could nitpick it, but it's not controversy. I thought yesterday was controversy. Yesterday was controversy. Yesterday was like, hey, wait a minute. That's the stuff that gets people talking. This one, no controversy.
So I think this may end up happening for the rest of at least till 4. Should this be where it's at, ahead of 15? I'll explain why.
Well, no, okay. There's one stat, I guess. It's a stat. It is a stat. There's one stat that I found tied to this game that we're going to talk about today. And that might be the reason where it's okay. I get it. The stories and moments in the top 25 Kings games of the season.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a moment. We've had plenty of stories. Kenny's going to lean heavily into the stories later on. Boy, I tell you what. Wow. Look at this. Well, what are we going to do now? Now we got 2 broadcast journalists. The show's going to be boring. Goodness gracious. Point was, Trey Lyles played a big part in that. And I with the addition of Sasha now, what might have been a minimal role last year is probably even more minimal this year. And I think I'd still lean on Kada. But I'm not going to fight anyone who says no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just not. That's not a fight I'm willing to pick anymore.
Yeah. I understand it all. I just, I wanted to see a little bit more from Kada in this summer league. I didn't get it, and it might have messed up everything.
Slight exaggeration, but not far off. We perhaps wanted a Keegan Murray-like performance from Neemias Queta.
Yeah.
Again, it's extreme, but like you wanted moments where you looked out on the floor and were like, Neemias Queta is the best player out there.
Yeah.
And that never happened.
To your point, probably wanted a G League Neemias Queta type performance.
Well, that's what I mean. Like that's the most that we. By the way, I haven't even mentioned this. What was it? It was Belgrade and the Partisan Belgrade and the Portland Trailblazers. Those are two teams that are interested in Neemias Queta. Those are the two teams. Obviously, two very different paths right there.
Right.
An entirely different league.
Yeah.
And the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
But according to a couple of reports out there, those two entities have interest in Neemias Queta. But the G League Queta was that was the guy that we saw. That was the last guy, the last bit of Neemias Queta news we got was that he had finished second in MVP voting. So when you're out there with, second round picks, when you're out there, of course you've got your handful of second year guys that are out there as well. But I really wanted to look out on the floor, particularly in Las Vegas, and feel like, yo, man, he's the best player on the floor. Like it's not a conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't think that sentence was ever uttered. No. I don't think there was ever a point in the, 3 or 4 games that Neemias played where he was the best player on the floor.
I agree.
And
well, maybe now this is picking nits, but the fourth quarter of that Hawks game, that's probably the closest we ever came to it. And I still don't know if he was the best player on the floor. He just played really well.
He probably played his best of the whole.
That's the one that stands out to me. Maybe he had some better moments, but he played better.
But see, that's the thing.
The year prior.
That's what that's exactly what I was going to say. Like it stands out, but it stands out in retrospect to what else he did. Like I think in a vacuum, it stands out. In the open world, it doesn't. It's just, oh yeah, he stepped up and played well at the end. Good.
Yeah.
That's what you expect, and it's not happening.
Yeah.
So the point was there's interest in Neemias out there, and my feelings on Nerlens Noel changed a little bit learning the details of his contract. I thought they're addressing this position. They feel like they need it. Neemias Queta's time's probably done.
It seemed a little bit
I don't
more,
think that's the case.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit more like insurance. Like we're still looking at Queta, but if he doesn't give us anything in camp, we're not, just kind of out there with our pants down, with no third center or backup center or whatever you want to classify that role as. We have Nerlens Noel that we can pick up if we're not comfortable in Queta.
Yeah, and it feels like a legitimate shot for Nerlens Noel, the way that they structured the contract. I mean, the conversation with his agent, like, hey, he's going to have to earn his place, but he's going to have an opportunity to earn his place.
Yeah.
And interesting. And I agree with you. It's not the most important role, especially with the structure of this team, but it is a rather fascinating position to look at because I really thought we were going to see some growth from Neemias Queta. And it doesn't mean he can't, by the way. Like right. Neemias Queta's career isn't done or anything along those lines. I just have a few apprehensions about going back to the G League after the season he had last year, not winning over a position, with all due respect, that Alex Len holds. Like Alex Len had a tremendous 10 games of the season.
I was going to say like 3 weeks.
Yeah, you couldn't take that.
I thought you could.
Yeah, and
I thought you could.
He couldn't.
Rob W, before we get out of here, spot on. No third center means no pants.
Well, that means Guru's going to want to see you in concert. So shout out to the homie Guru. Oh, we'll come back, man. We're just getting started. Extension eligible players will be a topic of conversation over the next 2 months or so in the NBA. Some really, really interesting names out there. And there's going to be a lot of rumors swirling all of them. We'll dive into that. Some reports about what the Heat are offering the Portland Trailblazers have emerged as well. And some interesting what ifs appeared on ESPN.com this morning. We'll dive into all of that. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. Trista Crick at 2 o'clock. The Professor Jason Jones in the final hour of the show with Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
This guy, Adam Hurley, he goes, did you guys actually pick up Nerlens Noel? How stupid.
Well, we didn't sign him, but
What are you talking about?
Nerlens Noel hosting from 4 to 6.
no.
And this might be the most ridiculous comment all day. And this is my guy.
Oh my.
This is my guy, but this is ridiculous.
Oh my. It's not Jacob, is it?
No, it's not Jacob. Ramsey.
Oh, well.
No Reds hat this week. They're playing the Cubs.
Are the Cubs another one of Ramsey's
what's the affiliation
teams?
there?
What's the
And the Cubs,
Katrina?
and the
What?
Cubs aren't even good.
Katrina, your man is he's wired different, man. Your man is wired a little bit different.
That one cracked me up.
Hey, so going back to before the show, if July is Saturday, then what is Monday?
Hell.
It's kind of September because traditionally school starts and all that. Now the way they do school, you can make the argument. Well, no, August is still Sunday, but you can make the argument July is Sunday. I had cousins that went back to school in July.
Now, it's not my particular phrasing. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. It's not my phrasing, but it is Sunday fun day.
Oh.
I mean,
It
Sunday's
is
the day for
Sunday.
brunches
Sunday
and
has,
endless
you can have a
mimosas.
great time on Sunday,
Mhm.
but you always know in the back of your head what day it is. You always know what's on the horizon.
It's the Lord's Day, too.
It is, Lord. It is. Lord is my shepherd. You know what I want. Yeah, it's September. Probably September. Although people get excited about September. You got
No, they just want to
football,
sing Earth,
and
Wind, and
college
Fire.
football and all this other stuff. Baseball's winding down. What's the best month of the year, sports wise? Is it still March or is it?
Like November, October, because that's when the NBA is back. NFL is like in full flow.
So that's better than April, March, April.
Well, you don't have no college football. You don't have
College
no
basketball though.
You-
the tournament
you're
might be
just- You're just switching out college basketball for football and college football.
Is the tournament the single best thing we have in sports?
No,
It's a little
good, though.
overrated now, to be honest.
No, it's good, but no, like that you can make arguments. It's going to change moving forward, but like you in November, like every Saturday is a bit like there's a de facto elimination game almost every Saturday.
Yeah, understandably, but we already off of work. The tournament come for Thursday,
What
Friday.
you mean we already off of work?
Like we ain't nobody working on Saturday. Well, I shouldn't say nobody, but you know what I mean.
Oh,
Tournament every year,
oh,
Thursday, Friday. What bar are we at?
we're at 32 Brew
At
Street.
10 a.m.
We're at 32 Brew Street where we were this year.
There we go. Pound for pound. I don't know if it's the best. I'm just saying
That
pound
live-
for pound, you can make the argument.
That live broadcast at 32 Brew Street this year might have been the biggest day in the history of D-Lo and KC.
It's also the hottest with those lights.
Yeah, those lights were hot. That was a sweat box.
Hey, Dr. David, did they have him on to explain that?
No,
Is that what you're talking about?
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. David's being funny. There's no way that happened. Dr. David's being funny. There's no way that happened.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Stop, bro. Bryce, what you talking about, bro? College sports is not it.
Oh, Bryce, that's crazy talk. Where's Leezy? Oh, there's Leezy. Wait, what?
You heard him. You heard him.
What'd you say?
You heard him.
I said I kind of agree.
I kind of agree with what? Say it.
College sports, like it's whatever.
Come on. Bro.
Wow.
Come on, bro.
Wow. Bryce and Jesse coming to a radio near you. We hate college sports.
I feel like out here, like it's not that big. Like you come from like Tennessee and stuff like that, where like you got to experience. Like out here, it's like it's cool.
Somebody hadn't been to homecoming on at Hornet Stadium.
That wasn't.
By the way, Coach,
somebody will be at homecoming.
Andy, if you're listening this year, we would like to be there this year. We'd like to be your special Andy, Coach Thompson, who I think is going to join the show next week. Coach Patrick. Is there a list?
Need to be there
that we can get on? Can I park where Kenny parked?
Rich too.
Can I park where Kenny parked last time? Because I had to like walk across like a dirt trail. I'm on time.
Yeah, we ain't doing that.
Kenny's late. I'm like, bro, where were you? He was like, well, it's in the parking lot.
The parking lot was looking like Jackson State.
Well, so if anyone from Sac State is listening, we would like to offer whatever services are needed from D'Lo and KC.
Parking lot was looking like Howard.
Missed the rest.
So where am I at?
We missed the rest of the game and went to the parking lot. Oh,
I'm gonna be at homecoming next year. But yeah, that's a bad take by you and Bryce.
I don't think it is.
Bad
now,
take.
I'll say this in defense of Bryce and Jesse. I know what they mean. I do think West Coast wise, college sports doesn't hit the same as it does in other places.
No.
So unless you have like an affiliation to someone, it can get hard to fall in love with a college team.
Yeah, but look, I can understand.
You have to find you've got to find I think it's harder to do in basketball now because players are so quickly in and out. Like it's harder to fall in love with that way. Football, I think it's a little bit easier, but I mean, like I get it. I don't agree with it, but like I get it.
Yeah, I understand it, but you just watch an Alabama game or a Texas game. You see, oh, this is something special. That's like
oh, no doubt.
That's
you
like
watch them walk-ups that they do before the game, and you're like, oh man, these things are different.
Jesse, this is like I'm just for argument's sake. Soccer isn't that big in California. We watch the EPL and we're like, yo, that's something. Like,
yeah, I'll watch college sports. I'll watch Alabama play and stuff like
you
that.
said you wouldn't watch college sports.
No, it's college sports.
You said you blocked
the trash.
You said you blocked them on
college sports is fine, but we don't need to talk it up like it's something or whatever. College sports is fine. It's fine. It's cool. I'll throw it on if I'm bored on a Saturday or whatever.
Man.
If I want to watch Alabama kick Citadel's ass or whatever, sure, I'll watch that.
Man, shout out Citadel.
Yeah, that's the thing too. We act like these teams will get blown out all the time. Like the play discrepancy as far as abilities is not.
The one thing, the sneaky situation about college sports is, at least for me, for the most part, the football is pretty predictable. It's kind of like the same thing every year. Like Ole Miss may start off 6-0. Like, oh, Ole Miss. But every time they go to Alabama, they're gonna lose.
And like Michigan gets to the playoff and gets blown out or something.
Where the hell
stuff
that
like that.
from? Where the hell did that come from?
Well, he's just working off memory.
We didn't get blown out. We came back. Lost a close game.
Felt like a blowout.
Jeez. Favored to win the Big Ten again.
Oh,
Michigan
good for you
wins.
guys. That's cute. It's good.
Oh, now we don't care about the Big Ten?
No, it's good. You're favored to win. We'll see what happens.
We're going for the third straight win. What you talking about?
Good for you.
We'll do it again.
Okay.
Do it again. We ain't worried about the Buckeyes. Who we need to worry about? Indiana? Is that who we need to worry about? We ain't worried about the Buckeyes. Who we need to worry about? Minnesota?
Hey, y'all have won 2 of the last 15, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's great. That's great for Michigan. Write it, baby. Write it. That's what's up.
It's over, man. Hey, the Buckeyes.
I'm sorry. Has your coach been suspended yet?
No.
They're
working on it.
Is he still negotiating his own suspension?
They're working on it. Hey man, y'all gonna be the
Your coach that's literally leaving every year.
Chicago Cubs of the Big Ten.
Who's y'all? I don't play for them. The Chicago Cubs.
Y'all ain't winning
Listen to
forever.
this guy.
I will say Ohio State versus Michigan though. Like that is like a must-watch game. I'll watch that. Always.
That is pretty dope. And I don't think I'll ever get to watch that game like live. I can't see myself. Maybe when the kids are older, but then I'll have grandkids. I can't see myself not being around on Thanksgiving weekend. And then not being around on
You
Thanksgiving
mean watch
weekend.
it in person?
Yeah, going to another game.
Oh.
Not being around Thanksgiving weekend and then deciding to go to 13 degrees
Well,
to sit in the nosebleeds.
what's the coldest temperature you've ever been in? Do you know? Have you been in like cold?
I can't remember. No, so when last time I went to Baltimore,
It's cold.
that was crazy. I think it was 11,
Oh yeah,
but it
that's-
felt
that's
like
cold.
3 because of the wind
That's
chill.
cold.
That was something different, and the sun was out.
Oh yeah.
The hell's
I hate
that all about?
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like when that happens here when the sun's out and it's like 50 degrees. Like, just go away. You're not serving your purpose. Get out of my face.
Yeah,
Heat something up.
but matter of fact, while we're here, shout out to Sacramento.
Mm.
Sneaky, phenomenal weather. It's supposed to be like mid to high 80s all week, and then
Look like
it's
it's
going to
about
be
to
like
rain outside. It's
that's
hella
that,
dark
that's that East
outside.
Coast. That's that East Coast.
Yeah.
But then it's going to go to like 104 on the weekend.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna
But that's
miss
okay.
it.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Well, that's all right. I'm gonna miss it. I'm out. Y'all enjoy that. Y'all enjoy that. Smooth transition here to the National Basketball Association. Windhurst and the crew at the Hoop Collective did a podcast recently on extension eligible players in the NBA. I appreciate Windhurst. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong. The baseball trade deadline is come and gone, right?
I thought it was at noon. It might be
Because the Verlander thing, Verlander allegedly back with the Astros.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear to be final. All of the reporting is there's a deal in place for Verlander to return to the Astros. That happened before 12.
Right.
So
I've heard two different things. I thought it was noon all along.
3 p.m. our time is when it ends.
3 p.m. our time. Okay.
Yes.
So we still got a few
We still have
hours
time for the Giants to do nothing.
I think it's okay if they don't. I think it's okay. I don't think there's a move out there for them to make.
Oh, Pats were on fire last night.
Well, okay.
Good job yesterday against your division rival Diamondbacks. Oh, Bullpen was killing it too. Oh, and starting pitching, Alex Wood did a phenomenal job here. Yeah. Good job, guys. No, that was a Butcher Boy like reaction. They just finished winning 4 out of 5.
That's
They're okay.
Yeah. You are the funniest with the Giants. Maybe it's because the season's so long.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough. Like they're
Enough
good.
Okay, well, enough to what?
Enough to be confident that you can move forward in the postseason.
But what do you mean? Are you talking about winning a World Series?
No, win around. I don't think they can
could win.
around.
They could win around.
I don't
But they're
think
not
so.
I don't think they're a World Series team. But this team could win around.
I'm not sure.
They could Miami Heat this thing. I'm telling you. I just don't think they could. They're not good enough to win at all.
They don't have enough pitching, starting pitching. They need one more reliever.
They could win the wild card.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, I don't know. If they got to play,
Didn't you lose a bet saying this team wouldn't get
I said
back?
they wouldn't. I said they wouldn't be above 500, and I'm going to lose that bet.
Okay.
Thankfully,
Okay.
but I
You
don't
betting
know.
against your own team. Look at you.
Kenny's
You're about to be
Farhan.
suspended for the year by Odyssey. You're
I mean,
about to be one of them
look,
NFL players.
Like it was one of them Trista Crick bets, with our Dubs. If
No,
if I'm
our
wrong,
Dubs.
then that's great. If I'm right, I get a dinner.
You sure you're Giants?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Don't Farhan me. Don't Farhan me. I've been Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants. And when Farhan's gone, because he'll be gone soon enough,
I think Rob Dub's right.
I'll be Giants.
Giants-ish.
No, I'm Giants.
I'm gonna get you a shirt like our D'Lo and Casey-ish shirt. It's gonna say I'm Giants-ish.
I'm definitely Giants. I just need them. Look, I need them to push the envelope a little bit more. Because you got an opportunity. But there you go. Oh, we got AJ Pollock. My bad.
What was he batting? 179. Okay, so we've got about 2.5 hours before the trade deadline, is upon us. So we'll see what winds up happening. I mentioned D'Lo and KC-ish. You can get your D'Lo and KC-ish shirt over at DLoandKC.com. 30% off for the merchandise yet. Go buy what you don't own. It's 30% off. Get the T-shirts. Stock up on hoodie season as September, as the fall and winter months approach. Again, DLoandKC.com. No promo code needed. Nothing like that. Just 30% off everything on the site. Just to check out. We got you covered. I mentioned Windhurst and the Hoop Collective crew doing extension eligible players coming up on a podcast, and I appreciate how because I couldn't figure out, I think it's Paul George, because Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are both extension eligible. I think Kawhi's extension eligible right now. Paul George, I think, is in September.
Okay,
it could be flip-flopped. I didn't understand it, and Windhurst did a great job of some of these contracts were signed in the pandemic year, and that's why they're all that's why they haven't reverted back to the normal calendar year, is because they were signed in October, which was the off season at that time. So, you'll see guys like Anthony Davis is one. We mentioned Kawhi, Paul George, both of those guys are extension eligible. Giannis, there has been a lot of conversation, mostly by Tim Bontemps, about Donovan Mitchell and what his future looks like. So the story for July, the best month of the year, according to Kenny Caraway, was who's signing and where are they signing. The story of August, September, and October might be who was offered something to sign, and in some cases, who didn't sign it. Because these are all very, very different situations. We saw the Kawhi Leonard report that maybe Los Angeles isn't going to be quick to offer him an extension.
Yeah.
Maybe Los Angeles isn't going to be quick to offer Paul George an extension. We saw something with Anthony Davis today that says the Lakers do intend, and I think Brian Windhurst said this, the Lakers absolutely intend to offer an extension to Anthony Davis. Now, what that looks like, I have no idea. On the flip side, the Bucks can offer Giannis an extension. There's a belief he might not sign it. The Cavs can offer Donovan Mitchell an extension, and this has been Tim Bontemps' whole thing. He doesn't think Donovan Mitchell's going to sign it. So you have you have a bunch of superstars who are operating on two very different platforms here. Who doesn't get offered an extension, and then who does but doesn't sign it. All of those will have implications on the NBA. And again, I'm not trying to kill Tim Bontemps with this, but his whole thing has been, if you're the Cavs, you got to trade Donovan Mitchell, because if the second he doesn't sign the contract extension, he loses value, because everybody knows he's not staying there. And so his thing is trade him now before it's too late. And I don't know why there's a belief that Donovan Mitchell, I mean, I'm not as connected as those guys. I don't know why Donovan wouldn't sign in Cleveland. That seems like a good young and up and coming team. If New York was always his landing destination, it doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense anymore. Or if it's even possible, I don't know the math of what the cap looks like. Cap's gone up, but I don't know what that would look like for New York acquiring a player like Donovan Mitchell and his contract. But I think it's a fascinating thing to follow during the quieter months here of the NBA.
I hear these things, and it always kind of baffles me what people expect in a trade. You talk about, and I understand it. I'm not necessarily saying somebody's dead wrong or anything else like that. Bontemps is dead wrong. I'm not saying that, but they're like, man, you got to trade him now because you're going to lose, so much value with it. If you trade him now, what do you think you're going to get? If you trade Donovan Mitchell right now, everybody, and we see this with Dame Lillard and all this other stuff. I want a young up and coming all-star caliber, like that rarely ever happens. I'm not going to say never.
Well, there's one time it happened.
When's that?
Well, it happened here. They traded a young and up and coming player.
Right. There's that. Then you look at KD
And the
Mikal
reason, by the way,
Bridges
to
and
your
all this
point,
other
though,
stuff.
to your point, the reason it was such a big deal was because it doesn't happen very often.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, right? Then you talk about KD and Mikal Bridges and those guys. That was a pretty even trade as well, or you got something back that you want. But
Mhm.
like you said, that doesn't happen all the time.
Mhm.
A lot of the times you're getting good, solid players, and even then, Mikal Bridges and Tyrese Haliburton at the time, they weren't all-star players. You think maybe they would be all-star. You would hope they'd be all-star players. Tyrese ended up being that type of guy. Mikal has all the potential in the world to be that guy, but he's still not. Like, what do you?
Hey, you want to start a fight real quick?
What's that?
Who do you think has the brighter future ahead out of those two?
My first mind said Tyrese.
Is it? Okay.
That's
You
my
know I
first
really
mind.
like Mikal
Yeah,
Bridges.
that's your guy.
I mean,
That's
again,
your guy.
we're both of these guys almost certainly are stars, like
Mhm.
superstars. I think that's a fascinating
No, it's that's
different
my first
different
thought. Yeah,
players, different skill sets.
Mikal.
I'm really high on Mikal Bridges.
Mikal's a two-way player.
Hmm.
He's potentially top flight on both sides of the ball. So
Tyrese showed more of a scoring
mhm,
ability, if that's the right word,
Yeah.
in Indiana than he did in Sacramento.
yeah,
Obviously, tremendous passer.
Still a-
Probably the next elite point guard in the league.
yeah. Still a one-sided player though.
Hmm.
He does well in the steals department, but that
I was going to say,
You
I think
gotta-
that can change. I think he can get better defensively as his career goes along.
I don't think he going. I can't
Not
never
like
see it.
I don't think he could be what Mikal is.
No, but I'm trying to think. Can he be?
Who's a great defensive?
Well,
No,
I'm not
who's a
even.
good
I'm
defensive
not even
player?
asking to be great or good, but can he be like Steph Curry? I don't think he can be as good as Steph Curry on defense. Steph Curry's kind of underrated as a defender.
I think he can. Like Steph is quick and aggravating. Is that fair? Like he'll stay in front of you.
Mm.
I think Tyrese can do that.
I think he has the ability.
I think
to.
Chris Paul was once a really good
was a really good defender.
really good defensive
Point
but
guard.
I think he could be a notch and a half below that
I think he has the ability
because he has
to.
the length. Like I think he can.
I think he has the ability to. He hasn't shown the prowess to
Well,
be a defender. I don't think you just turn that on.
I don't want to maybe once,
Say it. Go ahead and say it.
Maybe once one of his teammates is gone, they could.
Who you talking about?
Shimano,
Okay,
come
I
on, man.
we gotta say that. We gotta say what it is.
Well, I'm trying to be nice. Like,
Hey, he was not nice to Sacramento.
that's true.
And that was uncalled for. But I ain't gonna lie, that was kind of funny. Hey, why you say that?
Said it hella like months later too.
That was absolutely uncalled for.
And they weren't even playing the Kings like that night, right?
Nah.
I think they were playing,
They were like in Milwaukee or
he's
something.
just yelling about what Sacramento can do with his anatomy in the back of a video he ain't even a part of. Like, man, if you don't shut your ass up,
I'm not even
There's
gonna lie.
no
That was
defense
funny,
playing
man.
ass.
That was funny. I took offense, but that was funny. It was just so random.
hella random. I don't know.
Oh man. But
Anyways,
you think when he's gone,
What? No, I'm proposing a theory. Perhaps when Buddy is gone, Tyrese will look different
Mm.
defensively.
Mm.
Maybe he's got the De'Aaron Fox syndrome where he's like, I'm not doing this.
mm,
Y'all got me out here chasing every freaking player around the court. Meanwhile, I got this guy, looking at the scoreboard. I got this guy looking for his family in the stands. Like, come on, man.
quite possibly.
Getting
I
yelled
think
at by Mike Brown, and Mike Brown's got to go, oh, that's my bad. I didn't mean to yell. He was right.
It got I think he's always going to be more of a guy that plays in the passing lanes type of defender.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's an on-ball defender. I think he's going to be typically a guy that he's going to be looking. They're going to look to have him guard the guy in the corner. I think that's going to be more of his role. But
With that said,
he
both
has
have
the
very high.
ability. Yeah.
Both have very, very high ceilings.
and he
Mikal
has the
Bridges.
ability to be there. I just don't know if that's his game. That's all.
You think he's an All Pro? Like first, you think he could be a
Tyrese?
first team All Pro?
Tyrese?
Yeah.
No.
No,
No.
Mikal.
No. First team is first.
Well, yeah, but think about it though. Like think
first
of how
team.
young those guys are, right?
Yeah.
And then think, KD, Bron, Steph, guys who kind of dominate that first team. I mean, you've got Luka. Luka's not
Mhm.
going nowhere.
Mhm.
Reserve one of the spots for De'Aaron.
Yeah. So in all seriousness, I was thinking De'Aaron.
Mhm.
I was thinking Donovan.
Yeah.
Donovan's going to be there. It's not impossible because there's going to be, some guys that kind of get weeded out, like you mentioned, with age.
Where was Donovan this year? 2?
Second team, yeah. So
He
it's
had
not
a really
impossible.
good
And,
season.
and Tyrese is going to have 20 and 10 seasons,
Mhm.
22 and 10 seasons. So it's a possibility. Michael, I think, is going to be a little harder
Really?
because that's that area that, we're talking
Yeah.
Tatum and
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
They might run it for a while, and then I'm just throwing out Shade and Sharp. Who knows what he's gonna be, or guys like that. So that one seems a little tougher for Michael, but talent wise, I think he can be on that level.
Mhm.
I just see guys that are gonna be there for a while, and then they go positionless.
All Pro, yeah, top 5 players in the league. Top,
Yeah.
actually, is it top 15 players? I think that's how they manage it now. Top 15 players in the league.
Yeah, they went
Because Draymond was upset about it. Because wait, was that what? Why did Draymond say scrubs were going to make it?
because the amount.
Oh,
of games,
the games. That's
yeah.
what it was.
The amount of
That's what it
games had to be
was.
played.
Scrubs are going to be all pros now because you have to play 65.
Some would say scrubs have already been. Some would say that. I'm not saying. I'm saying that.
Well, play dominoes with Draymond Green one day.
I
Go
want
to
to play
lunch with him.
spades with dominoes. Then dominoes with Draymond.
It's only happened twice.
2-time All NBA.
Second and third.
2-time. Good stuff, man. Can't take that away from him.
Best defensive player in the game. Won Defensive Player of the Year once.
Mm.
But he did get all NBA defensive first team 4 times. The Defensive Player of the Year award is a bit murky.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a rebounding award.
Rebounding block shot
Yeah.
award.
Yeah. Not a knockout. I'm not trying to clown Rudy Gobert, but it's weird that it's essentially become a rebounding award.
Yeah.
Which I think they gave an actual award for. Didn't Domas get it? Isn't there
leading the league in rebounds?
Yeah, isn't there like a rebounding trophy now? I feel like Domas got it. Maybe I'm making that up.
I have to look that one up. I don't remember.
Jesse's looking it up now. I can always tell when he turns to the computer on his side that he's researching the stupid things that we say on this show. Okay, I didn't mean to divert us. We really didn't even get into the subject we were talking about these extensions and what they mean, or what they might mean. So we can get into that. But I thought the Mikal versus Tyrese conversation is
2 up and coming young stars in this league.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. So we'll come back. We'll talk more about these extensions. Also, we've got allegedly Shams has some details on what the Heat have offered Portland for Dame Lillard and what Portland's response has been. We'll dive into all of that as D-Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
See. Man, this is gonna. Can he?
I missed that. Sabonis was just on. Did you see him up there?
Yeah, I haven't seen him on.
I haven't seen him yet.
No, he's supposed to be on.
Poor Derek White went bald, but he's not ready to show the world.
No, that's all right. Man, leave that man
No,
alone.
B. Sometimes
Leave
you don't
him
want
alone.
to. You don't have the baldy out.
Probably needs the sun to catch up with his head too.
This is an interesting exercise. So, you think Tyrese would be better than Jamal Murray?
I might not be the right guy to ask.
He'll have more assists than Jamal, but I think Jamal can get to. Well, I mean,
Like,
Tyrese
when
can
you-
get to like 22, 23.
When you evaluate them as overall players, though, not scorers, not passers, not point guard, just NBA players.
I think Jamal's better.
I
Yeah.
think Jamal is better. I thought your question was who will be better.
But I think
In 4 years,
I
is
think-
Jamal in 3 years? Is Jamal
Probably.
still better than Tyrese?
yeah, probably.
I don't think so. I
I think he's a
Tyrese
better
might be
player than him.
Okay.
I like Jamal Murray.
Again, that's not a battle I'm willing to fight,
Yeah.
but I think highly of Tyrese.
I think Tyrese is gonna have to up his scoring numbers more.
Yeah,
to
I
get
think
in
so
that
too.
Conversation.
Yeah, I think so too. Or he's got to be the Chris Paul guy who, like Miles Turner, becomes the best player at the rim in the entire league.
Mm.
Like, he's got to have something that clearly defines he's the best.
Hmm.
Because he didn't lead the league in assists last year, right? That was James.
Yeah, he was leading until he got hurt,
Oh, right.
and that kind of threw everything off. Devin Booker,
Is Tyrese better than Devin Booker? No.
so that's a guy he's got to
Mm-mm.
contend with at the guard spot. Fox,
Not a big Devin
obviously.
Booker fan, though. I don't know why. Do I do rock with Devin Booker because it's Coco 5? I got you
He
back.
could get there. This is a trip. This to me, this is a trip. I don't know when this.
Jordan, you a wild dude.
I don't.
Jordan said, speaking of hairlines, I
Oh,
have a theory
shit.
about not trusting bald barbers.
Well, they ain't got nothing to do with whether or not they can
My-
keep their hair.
My barber's bald.
Oh, I just saw another one. And it's gonna be tough for Tyrese or anybody.
Mhm.
SGA, he ain't
Yeah,
going
SGA
nowhere.
ain't going nowhere. But you're
um,
also talking a year. Like SGA sprays an ankle.
true.
Jalen
That
Brown.
happened with someone said it happened with Book this year.
Mhm.
Now I'm looking at this
Mhm.
CBS thing. They got Tyrese Haliburton as the number
I'm wearing these
16 player
glasses.
in the league.
16.
16.
Long as he's behind De'Aaron.
He's far ahead of De'Aaron on here. De'Aaron's 26.
That's stupid.
I would
Book is
switch those two.
25.
That's stupid. Who's 25?
Book.
Devin Booker's 25?
Yeah.
And Tyrese is 16? Wow. Wow.
He's ahead of Trae Young, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Edwards, Drew Holiday, Darius Garland. Yeah, that's a little extra.
That's crazy.
Obviously, I said his name. He's way ahead of Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray's 39. Yeah,
Are we the ones who are crazy?
apparently.
See,
don't think-
that's just the wrong barber, Jordan. My guy ain't never missed. Ain't never missed. He's yeah, I'm with Miss Fox. Who made that list?
Somebody from CBS. This might be a preference. I think they're like close, like 15 and 14 or something like that. I think LaMelo better.
Better than who?
Tyrese.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine too.
But they're like,
That's a wild
they're
list you
great.
found. You want to clue in the radio
so I was just-
and app audience?
because you brought up a good question that just had me curious when we were talking last. Like, can Michael and Tyrese Haliburton make first team All NBA? And they could. They're talented. They're on that type of level to do that. So I was trying to figure out, because we were talking about like not next year probably, but in about 3-4 years when
Mhm.
Steph is fading out a
Winding
little
down.
bit and
Yeah.
all those other guys.
Steph probably gonna average 38.
Yeah,
in 2
Steph
years.
Steph gonna be in his prime in 3 years. Just go away, please. Just go.
No,
I've seen enough.
I don't want Steph to go away.
No. I've seen enough.
No, I don't.
Kings are good now. We have a chance to do something. Steph, it's time to retire.
Yeah,
I don't need him around anymore.
Steph's one. You'll miss Steph when he's gone.
I got YouTube.
Well, you do have that.
But just trying to think of some of the up and coming guards. And CBS has a list. I'm trying to find a date. I think this is during the season. So February 24th, they had a top 50 players in the NBA. And I'm just going down the list. And, I get to De'Aaron Fox at 26. I'm like, I can understand it. Devin Booker at 25. I'm like, those two are always kind of married.
25 and 26 seems crazy to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the time, I'm like, that's fair. I can disagree. I could have him in the top 20. I could have Fox in the top 20 or Devin Booker. I could disagree, but I could see people having them at around 25. And then we get to the point at 16, they have Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah, that's crazy.
10 spots better than Fox, 9 better than Devin Booker. We had a discussion at the beginning of the break of, do I think Jamal Murray's better than Tyrese Haliburton? I think he is. We're talking about two great ball players, but I think Jamal Murray's better. He's 39 on the list. Tyrese 16. I'm like, man.
Where's Mikal? Did you say that? Where's Mikal on the list?
I don't think he's on this list. Yeah, he's probably not.
Oh, is
top
this
50?
You said top 50 players,
Mm-hmm.
and Mikal Bridges isn't on the list?
No, I'm just scrolling.
Okay, fine.
Draymond's
I'll
at
play.
42. Oh no. I'm wrong. He's 41. He's 41.
Where'd you say Draymond
Draymond's
was?
43. Michael is 41.
Who's won?
I ain't even got there yet. I couldn't get past 16. Who is number one?
If the Kings were 35 and 47 last year, De'Aaron Fox would be ostracized from the league. Check that.
Well,
he'd be ostracized from the media.
Of course, number one, Nikola Jokic.
Is it Nikola, Giannis?
1 is Nikola. 2 is Giannis. Good knowledge.
Joel? Oh, Steph.
No.
Oh.
Number 3 is Luka.
Okay. Who's fourth?
Okay. Tatum.
Wow.
Joel is 5.
Okay.
Kevin Durant is 6. Steph is 7. SGA.
Joel's
is 8.
really kind of been crapped on since winning the MVP.
Yeah.
Like as if he somehow wasn't deserving and didn't have 3 stellar seasons in a row.
Right. This list was made in late February, so take of it what you want. But I mean, in late February, Aaron Fox was leading the Kings to like the 2 seed. So there's that.
I don't even think Devin was playing.
No, I don't think he was either. Yeah, I don't think he was either. And you said, and that's the frustrating thing about it. That's the frustrating thing about all.
You know what it was? Tyrese was still playing. So they probably watched Tyrese the night before have like a 25 and 15. They made that list the day after he hit that game winner against Chicago.
No, that was a cold game winner.
It was. But I wish to tell the whole story. Go back and watch Chicago's defense on that play. Again,
or
it's got nothing to do with nothing. We just watched De'Aaron hit a game winner over Chicago yesterday. Mm-hmm. Go watch that. And then watch what the Chicago Bulls, when Tyrese Haliburton had the ball on the defensive side against them in when he hit that game winner.
There was no double coming this way.
They was playing prevent defense.
No double coming this way. Or it could have been after that Miami buzzer. That was cold too. When Tyrese hit that one against Miami.
A Miami one.
Yeah, he hit one from deep.
I thought that was the Chicago one.
He had one there too.
I don't even think I know Tyrese had 2
because I believe the one against Chicago, he was talking crazy to Pat Bev. And the one against Miami was, I think, after Wally Zerbiak had said what he said.
And
that was cold.
Tyrese game winner over Miami.
That one was cold. That thing didn't hit
that was nasty.
Nothing but the bottom of the net.
That was nasty. Is that your boy Tyler Hero? Is that your boy Tyler Hero? What does he do? Oh, man.
I don't think
I got to put this up on the screen.
I don't think he's on this list either, by the way, Tyler Hero.
That's your king.
He shouldn't be top 50.
And then what was the other one? Tyrese beats
Chicago.
Bulls.
You know what it reminds me of, though? You know, this reminds me of when Niners and Seahawks was like a big thing in the early 2010s, and it was Cap versus Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I used to get so frustrated because Russell Wilson would do a read option, and everybody on the defense would just go towards Marshawn Lynch, and they would turn their back on Russell Wilson, and they'd be in man, and it felt like Russell Wilson would get these read options where there would be nobody around him for 40 yards. And Cap would do a read option, and 15 guys would just start running towards Colin Cap. Like, why does this happen? Why don't you guys ever play the same defense on Cap that you play on Russell Wilson? I don't get it. And it used to frustrate. That's what Tyrese and Fox is like. Like, when Fox there's 3 guys around him, people falling off. Go double, get the ball out of his hands. Tyrese get the game winner. Hey, we're playing baseline defense. Don't go past the 3-point line. Tyrese like, yo, where's the defense? Fox will never get them looks.
No, he won't. But I'm gonna pull up. I need you to explain to me from a basketball perspective, what's your king
definitely
is
not
doing
my
on this play. Your boy, Tyler Hero.
Yeah,
So
that's my boy,
I'm
Tyler
gonna
Hero.
walk the radio and app audience through this. We've got this pulled up on the screen.
Uh-huh.
You see Tyler right here.
108.
Yep. So here we go.
Six
And then
seconds to
Tyler,
go.
I'm out of here.
Yo, so no, I wish you tell those stories.
Well,
First of all, it looks like that's not even his man. He came to double, and Lowry leaves. Tyler Hero's he switched off.
So,
and it looked like
why
Lowry,
did Lowry switch off?
So it looks like Tyler Hero is expecting Lowry because Lowry goes back
Now look
to
at
go
where
get him.
Look at where these 3 guys are.
Come on, man.
Look at where there isn't a Heat defender within 7.5 feet of Tyrese Haliburton on this shot. They picked up De'Aaron Fox at half court in that game we were watching yesterday. Look at this.
They started doubling De'Aaron. And 2 guys run away from
And
Tyrese.
all 3 of them just in a straight line. Tyler ain't even looking at Tyrese. Tyler's like, he ain't going to shoot it. He ain't going to shoot it.
What was the Bulls one? We got the Bulls one pulled up.
I don't have it pulled up, but I can get it pulled up. Stand by.
Oh, man.
Fill time.
My man, like I said, my man Fox, man, he got to deal with the guy in the concession stand coming down to guard him.
Concession stand. That dude's a hell of a defender. So this is
He'll never get a clean look, man.
and hit 2 buzzer beaters this year. So here's that Pat Bev.
Yeah.
That Pat Bev all over Tyrese. Pat Bev touches the floor. Bucket.
That boy touched the earth. No, that was cold. He made it touch the earth.
Here's Patrick Beverly all over him, and his leg.
Oh, watch out! He was already.
What? His knees gave out like Rick Ross on the diving board right here. Watch out! Down goes Pat Bev. He regroups. Oh, he goes down again. Tyrese looked right at the Chicago Bulls bench too.
Oh, and that was nasty.
You know what I'm gonna do now? You know I'm gonna do this now. I'm pulling up De'Aaron's so y'all can see De'Aaron had 7 defenders on him.
Come on, man. The Bulls joint, man. Come on, man.
Hey, hold on though. This was cold.
This one was nasty. I'll give Tyrese. This was nasty. Tyrese.
This one. Tyrese dropped Pat Bev once, came back, made him touch with the other hand. Down he goes.
Bro, look how far away he is.
Pat Bev, like, do we call timeout? Look at Pat Bev looking at the bench.
Got timeout.
We got timeout.
Oh, we got time. Hey, timeout. Yo, Tyrese shot that from like 30 feet, bro.
But he shot both of those
he
shot both of those from back, from back there.
Tyrese is he one of them dudes, man. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Tyrese Haliburton, man. He one of them dudes. I just don't think if you're ranking, number one, I don't think he's better than De'Aaron Fox.
10 slots better.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. You can think he's better than De'Aaron Fox. There's no crime in that. He's not 10 slots better than De'Aaron Fox.
We're gonna start with
that's egregious.
We'll start
absolutely
with
egregious.
Orlando. We'll start with the Orlando buzzer.
Oh man, they had so many people around him. He had to shoot a half court.
Here's let's see. Here we are. Trey Lyles. Man, look at just foul, Malik, foul. There's the turnover. All right, tie game, 123 into HB.
He can pick up right there.
Look at there's 3 guys on him right there.
Come on, man. Hey, there's 3 guys at half court. He had to shoot it from half court. Man, 3 guys on him at half court.
Boy, I can't believe that.
Look at 4 guys in the picture right now.
Look at. Oh, De'Aaron, look
Pick him up.
look at,
Boom,
look at
right
his foot.
there. Pick him at the free throw line.
Watch the,
The
watch,
other free throw line.
watch them point at him. Hey, get him, get him, get him. Here he comes.
Look at this.
All 5
Come
guys
on.
in the picture.
Come on.
4 of them, 3 of them are going to protect the 3-point line. And nah, I got it.
Come on. The man had to shoot from 37 because nobody would back up.
And let's just all watch the beauty of this. Bang.
Oh, man. Kamara was right there. I see Kamara.
Kamara
him.
just said he going to pull up from half court. Watch.
I see him. I see Kamara.
I've never noticed Katie in the background.
Oh, yeah,
Did
she
you
was
see
hype.
Katie?
Katie
I
was
never
hype.
noticed Katie before.
She was hype.
That's good stuff.
Man, that's an
Is that- Jamal, what the hell happened? What the hell just happened? He ain't even got up from the bench. Jamal was like, what the hell?
Look at this. They all over this dude.
Bucket.
And then Tyrese Haliburton. They don't even come out past the 3-point line.
Man,
Even on that
that's
Bulls
incredible.
one, even on that Bulls one, oh no, screen coming. We're not gonna hedge nothing. Just whatever.
Wait till y'all see the
Just
games
whatever.
that Kenny got ranked over this one.
Come on, man. Hey,
Which oh yeah, let's get
Oh,
Chicago in here.
look at this. Hey, look, go double him now. Go double him now. Stacey King was telling you.
Yeah, he
Go
did
double
it.
him
They
now.
did it. Yep.
Man. I wish Fox got them looks. He don't get no one-on-one looks.
Hey, who's guarding him?
That's I always forget.
That's Ayo Dosunmu, right?
Dosunmu.
Watch how terrified he is. Watch his feet. Just watch his feet. Oh man. Keep moving.
Hey,
Keep moving.
And where the
Keep
help coming
moving.
from? Where the help coming from?
Bro. Again. Look at where the defenders are when De'Aaron shoots the ball. Now y'all remember where Tyrese's defenders were when he shot the ball?
Oh
That boy
man.
De'Aaron Fox, man.
Damn.
I'm effing nice. Yes, sir, you are.
Those 2 dudes. I saw
Let's
somebody
watch
else
that
in
ball
the,
go through the wind one more time.
I saw somebody else on Twitter make a Tyrese versus Fox comparison. And those are 2 of the best young guards in the league, man. I'm a enjoy seeing where they end up throughout their careers, not in a competitive way, but just these two dudes are bad. And it's said a number of different times. I'm never going to say it. I mean, the trade was best for both guys. For whatever reason, it wasn't going to work out for both of them. And they both are in a situation that allows them to show all their talents and everything that they have to the world.
That man can't even catch a breath of fresh air right there.
He got and Patrick Williams about 6'9", 6'10". It ain't no guard. They ain't
Tyrese
sitting no guard over there.
could have taken a nap. Let's see if we can get him. I'm effing nice.
It is what it is. Let him know.
15th.
Let him know.
Unbelievable.
Mm.
15th.
Still, let him know.
Tyrese career going to rank higher than you ranked that game. I'm going to tell you that
Come
right
on,
there.
man. Don't do that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form. You can watch the silliness on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. De'Aaron, I think De'Aaron's a more exciting player than Tyrese will wind up being. If Monty continues to do what he's supposed to, and Mike continues to do what he's supposed to, I think De'Aaron's going to be one of the most exciting players in the league. De'Aaron already is one of the most exciting players in the league, but as we learned in the playoffs, people were seeing it for the first time.
Yeah.
De'Aaron been exciting. He just has been on the
Well,
trash team.
That and he had a dunk
And
boycott.
his dunk strike is over. Yeah.
His dunk strike.
Yeah, he was on strike like them actors or them writers were.
Boy, De'Aaron said, I'm not dunking
Mhm,
until you change this.
mhm. My ankle hurts and I'm done dunking. Fix it. If
No, man. He's box office.
we ever
Yeah.
get De'Aaron on the show, the first question will be on a scale from 1 to 10. How sore was your ankle? On a scale from 1 to Buddy, how sore was your ankle?
He judging by you guys will see in game number 14, box office. He's box office.
Man, the game
box office.
The game we're going to talk about is fascinating because we'll give you the stat line, and then we'll give you the fourth quarter stat line, and it's a very much no kidding, dummy. He was the clutch player of the year. But when you're watching these back to back to back to back, and you talk about, you mentioned yesterday, or you've mentioned a couple of times how there's a theme in a lot of these games. Malik, bench play. You'll see a theme with the most overrated player in the league today. The other, theme, De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. And it's cool that he won clutch player of the year. Like that's awesome. Don't forget like what that meant. Like this dude was routinely scoring 15, 16, 17 points in the fourth quarter. And as we'll talk about today, it did not matter what he did the first three quarters. If it was a game he needed to take over, he was going to do that. Absolutely. He showed a killer instinct this year that I think we all wondered if he had. We all questioned whether he could have it. And not only did he show it, he showed it repeatedly.
Facts. And you talk about being one of the most exciting players in the league and what he can do. There was a video I put up on Twitter a couple weeks ago about, I said, yo, this guy got a top 5 handle in the league. And the video's crazy. The video that I put on Twitter,
7 minutes of De'Aaron dribbling.
I just took 2 minutes of that. The video was like 8 minutes of De'Aaron dribbling. The handle's crazy. The shiftiness is crazy. Like, yo, yes, to answer your question, yes, he's absolutely one of the most exciting and electrifying players in the game.
Well, let's get the man who called that buzzer beater live as it happened. Kamara's on the line. 916.
I saw him in the crowd.
1320. You could see him. He was right behind Katie. You could see him look to the person next to him like, hey, like Darren gonna pull up right here. Watch.
Hey, first of all,
what?
Retribution. That's all I'm saying.
What?
If you're looking at the clip and you see that they were loading up on him, did I say that? I said they were loading up, and I said he's gonna pull up. That's all I said.
Yeah, I know you did. Like you called it. That's what we always say. You called it. We giving you your props. You called it. You said LeBron was. You said De'Aaron was gonna pull up.
Listen, I'm tired. I'm tired of La Kamara.
La Kamara.
I'm sick of it. Okay. All right. Go ahead. What are you?
No, I was gonna say, all kidding aside, you really were at that game.
The game,
and that's one of my favorite games of the year because lost in that buzzer beater right there, and we were texting like they were getting their ass kicked. They were down by 20.
Yeah. I think it was that game where you really started to see that team like sort of like believe in themselves. It actually goes to my point, man, about this team this year. Like, I was thinking about it. I know this offseason we were hoping to get some more athleticism on the wing, and that didn't happen. But I think the defining point we're going to see this year is the way you beat athleticism is shooting. I think Mon-Fri recognized that. Like, listen, this team is not going to be the most athletic team. We're not going to look like the Minnesota Timberwolves on the perimeter, or even the New Orleans Pelicans. But the one defining thing we can be is probably, if not the best shooting team, one of the best shooting teams in the league. And that's how you beat length, and that's how you beat athleticism. So I'm really, just reiterating, like, I really look forward to seeing how this team, another year in the system, and, just comfortability and how everybody's going to rise to the level of just getting better at their shot production. Kevin Huerter, we have Sasha, obviously Keegan, Harrison. I think that game you saw, like, they got back in through the shooting because Orlando's length was giving them problems. And I think that's going to be the thing this year. They're just going to be a better team based off of just better shooting.
Yeah. And I wonder how much. Appreciate you, Kamara, as always.
Still got to get Kamara out here. I mean, try to get him out here for so long.
I guess he just ain't coming. Like he was scheduled to be here for the infamous Pelicans game in 2020.
He said, I ain't even trying.
And then he's just like, forget it.
No more.
I got hookups at Soul Bloom now. Of course, he's internationally traveling to see concerts, so maybe coming to Sacramento for a little old Soul Bloom, biggest R&B festival in the entire country, doesn't move him. But that's all right.
Yeah,
That's all right, Kamar. No,
You're
it's
not
all
interested in us. Speaking of, I saw Tisha Campbell was at Blue Note.
She was.
That's my girl.
I did not get to spend any time with Tisha Campbell. Had I known Tisha Campbell was there, I would have searched frantically for her. I told Complex this yesterday, and congratulations to Complex, who's just racking up radio stations here in Sacramento.
He's the Roman Reigns of radio
Complex,
stations.
that's real talk. Complex is our man who came in to run 102.5. Now he runs 106.5 to end as well. I told him yesterday, I was like, hey, next year is going to be very different. As soon as the days are announced, 1, I'm booking the room. 2, I'm getting there very, very early. I'm doing the show from Napa in attempt to get there as early as possible.
We need a room
and figure out like, hey, because I barely found like the press areas. Like Dwayne Wade hosted a wine tasting thing in an area I couldn't find. Just flat out couldn't find it.
Oh no.
So the setup, it was massive. Like it's just all over, like around the golf course at Silverado. But I can't stress this enough. It's one of the coolest events I've ever been to.
Yeah, we gotta be there next.
So next year, our presence at that event is going to be much bigger.
I'm gonna be kicked out of the house if I don't go next year.
We're staying at Dr. David's house. That's what we're. Dr. David, make some room for us. We're coming to stay with you in Napa.
I was in the doghouse all weekend. She's like, we gotta went to.
You were in the doghouse with me too.
What'd I do?
Because I was alone. I was just sitting there like.
First of all, it wasn't necessarily by choice. I still don't know what happened, but so there's that.
Well, there's that.
But I would have definitely, if I would have, I ain't gonna promise you nothing on Saturday because you know what Saturday was. I would have gone on Friday.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll figure it out next year. Next
year we'll be there. Always.
It's just it was a preseason game.
Man, that's all
it was. Little preseason game.
And we need something like the crew had a Bottle Rock. That's what we need.
Well, you don't have to talk.
It was living nice.
Maybe we'll get invited to Bottle Rock. They sitting up there with wine glasses, perched up like areas to wash. Like, boy, I know I never got a text about it.
Didn't either. You know who did get a text about it? Bonte Hill. He's talking about it.
So did Radio Bonte get it or did TV Bonte get it?
I don't know.
Because I can't argue with TV Bonte.
Yeah,
TV Bonte got, hey.
That's different. That's different.
Do you?
Yeah.
But if Radio Bonte get it, then I'm want to talk.
I'm trying to be like Martin. Me, Stacy in the skybox. That's how they live.
Hey.
I mean, they out there watching Taylor Swift different, everything. I'm just trying to be down.
It'll be interesting because Beyonce's in Levi's like in 3 weeks or so, like on a Wednesday versus a Friday and Saturday. I'll be curious to see what the timelines look like. Because I'm like, y'all going to both? Because I know them Taylor Swift tickets were not cheap.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. If they hit us with an email or a text, I just go and not even get no sleep that week or those 2 days.
To Beyonce? Oh yeah. You got to do that.
I'll be like, come on.
You got to do that.
Especially if you could watch it that way too.
The way they were watching it? Yeah. All right, well, you know how I'm watching it that weekend.
Yeah, that's
y'all gonna watch it on Wednesday.
You ain't gotta
y'all
worry
watching
about
it
that.
Wednesday. I'm watching it Sunday. I'm watching.
You ain't
it
gotta
Sunday.
worry about that.
I got tickets to see. I've already seen him. I'm gonna see it again. MJ the One, the Cirque du Soleil joint that they got there. Seeing that on Saturday. I was holding out hope to get Adele tickets, but I don't have.
You gonna see Usher?
Money like that? Usher ain't there.
Oh, you ain't there.
Nope, missed it.
He'll be back.
He doesn't back. Yeah, he's not back till I think October.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We mentioned the details, at least some, regarding what Miami is offering Portland. We've got that coming up. And Trista Crick at the top of the 2:00 hour.
T. Crizzy.
Steele and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, he could do that. Well,
Taylor Swift tickets cost so much. My wife is going to Beyonce without me. Sorry, Chester. Sorry, brother. Sorry, brother.
I just want to get your attention. Hey, girl. I really want to be all up in your head.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, man. We appreciate you. Shout out to a couple people who checked us out on Facebook. Someone is watching right now on Facebook. We appreciate you. Shout out Twitch. YouTube always keeps us strong. Appreciate you guys.
The hell is this? I don't even know where this is. This ain't nowhere around here.
Oh, I'll see you at Thunder Valley, Michigan. I'll see you at Janet. Oh,
You locked in? Is it
I'm
done
locked
deal?
in. Locked in. Yeah. Shout out Cindy. My girl Cindy, if she's watching. Locked in. Needed help. Can't lie. Needed help. But man, she helped. That's a good question. They didn't do a, I guess there was no one, they didn't do a press conference at all, right?
No, I saw.
Did Monty do one? I can't remember. Did Monty do a press conference?
I don't think so. Well, he did, but remember nothing was official, so there was like
that he did it. Yeah,
references.
That was draft night.
That was
right.
Draft night, yeah. No, I think that's the only time he did something.
Yeah, I guess they didn't do one with I guess, hey, Domas was at the zoo with Sean, so we don't really need to do a press conference. Sean talking to Mike Brown's in Africa. Somehow Sean got him. We can't get Mike Brown when he's in Sacramento, but Sean can get him when he's in Africa.
I mean, do you do a press conference for a dude who's going to be coming off your bench?
Well, no, I think it was more HB, Domas, Sasha, the whole thing. But I guess maybe when you run it back, you don't do press conferences.
Hey, kicking it with KC. Did you see those Freddy Krueger dunks?
I don't think so.
Those are sick.
I assume green and red.
Yeah, they are fire. And the price is even crazier.
Oh, shout out to my girl Cindy. She is watching. She's on Facebook. That's what's up.
Big up, Cindy. Cindy, I need to talk, Cindy. I need to talk.
Well, Freddy Krueger dunks.
Those are fire.
Yeah, those are kind of cold.
Price is stupid. I think I saw.
Yeah, those are kind of cold.
I saw a StockX price that said like 138,000.
I like those threes that just dropped. Okay.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out?
Yeah.
Big shout out to one of the young boys out there. And I say that affectionately. It's a grown man, but this is just, affectionately young boys. Shout out to my boy Drifty J. You know what I'm saying? Drifty J. I coached him over at Consumness Oaks. And now he's like one of the rising stars in the basketball YouTube community.
Oh, wow.
And he's killing it with the content. And it culminated this weekend. Drifty J, he's like, if I had to guess, he might not even be 21. He might be 20. But it culminated this weekend where he got in some AAU tournament in LA. He's like coaching at 20 years old, getting all these kids together. And he got Bryce James on the team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got Bryce James to play on his team.
Wow.
And they had this epic championship game of some tournament down there or whatever. He's trending on YouTube with all this other stuff right here in Sacramento, man. Shout out to my boy Drifty J. Go check him out on YouTube. Go check him out on Instagram because the content is crazy right now, man. He's doing a great job in the basketball community.
That's a good look. That's amazing. That's amazing. 916-909-1320. Someone is getting fired.
Uh-oh.
TC's here. TC, what's going on, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
You good, big dog?
Guess who's getting fired tonight?
Hey, look, ain't nobody getting fired. Hey, look, right now, I just want to tattoo with my two brothers, though, man. Yesterday, I wasn't tripping or whatnot, bro. I just wanted to holler at y'all, bro.
Man, you know that, bro. TC, man, you know it's love, baby.
I'm frustrated, bro.
Hey, TC,
TC. Kyle, man. Yeah.
TC, you know it's love, baby, man. We family, man. We out here. It's cookout. We out here, just playing spades, whatever, just talking crazy. You know it's always love, TC.
Kyle still your girl? Kyle still your girl? Why are you so mad at Kyle? Why are you so mad at Kyle?
Listen, because Kyle is on some BS to me, bro. And I just look. That's another story. When we sit down, we have a few in a drink. We'll sit down and discuss that right now. You know what I'm saying, D-Lo? We'll talk about that. I'll let you and Kenny know, bro, about my vendetta with dude. Seriously. But look,
real quick, TC. Real quick, I want to ask you. I mean, are you gonna mention the throwing stats today?
Hey, listen, Trey was 4-6. Brock had a good day, and Sam Darnold looked at trash, and Kyle Allen was 1 for 3.
Brandon.
You know what I'm saying? So, excuse me, Brandon. But, hey, overall, Trey stacking days. Brock was the best quarterback, I guess, from today, but Trey stacking days, and that's all I want to see, man. Just give him a shot.
That's all I want to see is him stacking days. I want to see him play well. I want to see him put that pressure on Kyle. I don't think it's going to work. I think Brock, as long as Brock has days like he had today, where he's 8 of 10 against the ones, he's going to be the number 1 QB. But all Trey can do is keep stacking days like TC said and keep putting the pressure on. That's all he can do. That's all I want to see him do.
Can I say as much fun as we have with TC, I don't know why he wants Kyle Shanahan fired so bad.
I don't
But
either.
In terms of his thoughts on Trey Lance, I don't hate him. I can't. I'm not saying Trey Lance should be the starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like Trey can't be the starting quarterback. Like he can't. That's the part I get hung up on is, and this is the part I try to be careful with. Like I try to be rational when having this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Is we talk about this sometimes when something is happening and Rashawn Holmes isn't playing or Chimezie Metu isn't playing, and we'll go back and we'll look at, well, the last time he played, like it wasn't so bad. Like how come he's not getting any run? And I always try to be aware of there's a lot more that happens that we don't see than we do see.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something happening with Trey Lance to where, or maybe more specifically, there's something that happens with Brock Purdy that they see that when Trey Lance is out there that they don't. Like they see that, they see that. And it's like, oh man, Trey didn't have that.
Yeah, I think that plays a lot into it. Because
and that's why I try not to be too critical when I ask, like, so Trey can't get a shot. Like, obviously he can't,
right?
But I have to trust there's a reason for
it. For me, I'm not no quarterback guru or nothing like that, but there is when you watch Brock Purdy play quarterback, he looks like he's not thinking about nothing. He's not worried about his mechanics. He's not worried about his footwork. It's all natural. It's just natural. It's smooth. It's clean. Sometimes, and this just has to do really with the fact that he hasn't played a lot of football lately. You can see the gears turning in Trey's head. It looked, when we saw him play, it looked like things were moving really fast. The more he plays, the more that will slow down. I'm confident in that.
That's my concern, though, because I think you're 100% right. The more he plays, the more that will slow down and change. I don't think he's going to play.
And that's the conundrum.
Like if you make the decision to be, I don't think this is like dramatic sports talk stuff. If you make the decision that Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback, you've got to be done with Trey. I don't know how you keep a guy on your roster to be your backup quarterback who hasn't played, who will now be going into his fourth year of not playing football. Like, because a backup quarterback is an emergency situation. How do you put him in an emergency situation when he hasn't played football in 4 years?
Yeah, I mean,
that's where, like it or not, I feel like Sam Darnold comes into play. Because if nothing else, Sam Darnold has at least played football games.
True, but I mean, there's backups all the time that haven't played in years, right? Like career backups who, obviously they played before,
but
played. It could have been
like Colt
3-4
McCoy
years.
has played football though.
Colt McCoy, what team was he on?
I don't know. Colt McCoy's probably got one of the greatest backup quarterback careers in history, but he's played football.
Which also goes to the other point, the flip side, where just because you play, you can still suck.
No, you can.
You know what I mean? Like
you
that.
can, but do you have any reason to believe? Like, and I'll stick with Sam Darnold as the example because I understand the perception on Sam Darnold, and I think it's perfectly fair until he proves otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're a little too wrapped up into the thought of what Geno Smith did last year is just going to be normal because I don't think that it is. I think last year is as much a credit to Pete Carroll as it is Geno Smith. Like those two did or I should say it's as much of a credit to Geno Smith as it is to Pete Carroll. He clearly had something there. Whether Sam Darnold does, I don't know, but I know who does, much to the chagrin of our brother TC, is Kyle. Kyle Shanahan does. Hey, here's what we're going to do. We are going to simplify that because you're going to have to play this week. You might have to play next week. We're going to simplify this as much as possible. We're going to build our game plan around your strengths. And I think he can do that. If you do that with Trey, what are Trey's strengths?
We don't know.
And that's where like if he's not your starting quarterback, I just don't know where he fits.
I understand what you're saying, but Josh Johnson he just wasn't good enough.
No, I understand.
So if you, and this is what the training camp is for a little bit, I think if you come away with this and you think, yeah, I know he hasn't played in a while, talking about Trey Lance, but he's just a better player than Sam Darnold, then you, regardless of what's going on, you keep Trey Lance. Because like I said, we can get any backup that's played recently. And there ain't no, you get Baker Mayfield in here. He ain't no good. So I guess that's where I come. I'm just going to go with the better player. And I know Trey hadn't played in a long time, but if I went through a month and a half of training camp, then it's proven that Trey Lance is better. Damn it, that's where I got to go with him. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it as far as his experience and stuff like that. But even when you get to like Brock and Trey, I think there is a way where Trey Lance can win the job. But if Brock is playing well, he's playing well.
Yeah.
Like there's somebody, regardless of whatever, it's 50-50, it's square, everybody, it's not necessarily true. Like there's always somebody at least somewhat ahead. Somebody's got to take the first snap. You know what I mean? Even if you think they're all equal, somebody's getting the first snap on the first day of training camp. And whether maybe unless it's just a coin flip, like that's the person that at least has the slight lead. And if Brock don't do anything to give up the lead, so be it. Like that's just what it is.
Kyle's job is not to develop Trey Lance. It's to put the best it's to win football games. And to win football games, you got to put the best player out there. If the best player is Trey Lance, then part of his job is to develop Trey Lance. But if it's Brock Purdy, then his job is to develop Brock Purdy. But it's all contingent on one thing. He has to put a team out there that's going to win the San Francisco 49ers football games and put them in a position to win a Super Bowl. And the development of these guys, the development of the quarterback who starts is the only one that truly matters. And you need a backup who could step in just in case.
Yeah.
And I just have concerns that if that's Trey Lance, you put him in a difficult situation where you're putting him in a situation where he has to develop while being the backup, while just trying to maintain. And that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
He's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it. But that was 2 years ago.
And that's the pros. That's what it is. You got to be ready to go. The other thing real quick about that situation. I just look at this as you got a guy in Trey Lance. He can still develop to a certain degree. You need game action, but at least he's going to be playing, practice-wise, whatever reps he gets from that. Guy FaceTiming in the middle of the game, in the middle of the show. But, at least he's going to be out there to get the reps. Last year, he couldn't get any kind of reps because he was injured.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be a positive. And also, people talking about just, it's unfair that Trey Lance can't do anything to unseat Brock Purdy as QB1. If we're being fair, there was nothing Jimmy Garoppolo could do last year to make him QB1 over Trey Lance. There was nothing. And everybody was just fine with that. Well, I shouldn't say that. There were some people who weren't just fine with that. There were some people that...
Yeah, Trey got hurt, and the 49ers were going to be Super Bowl favorites after that.
Right. But, that's the same thing last training camp. Like, if we want to play that card, I could say the same thing happened last year. There was nothing that Jimmy was going to do in training camp that could put him at QB1 over Trey Lance. And the people that are upset with, quote unquote, how Trey's being treated right now had no problem with that last year.
Let's get Mitch in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
How's it going, Damon? Casey?
What up, man?
Good. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for getting me in. All right. Thank you. Thank you for squeezing me in there. I'm such an intimidating fellow. Fact, the big guy here.
Always
what a
making
conundrum to be
Mitch.
in. Well, I'm just trying to be funny, but I guess that went over everybody's head, including mine. I think I'm having a hearing problem, but I don't catch everything that you say back, and I guess I'd be more enlightened, more entertaining if I could hear everything.
You are plenty entertaining, Mitch. I assure you.
Thank you. I gotta retire so I come over and heckle you. I'll call you 10 times a day.
Yeah,
Anyway,
get on out to Cali, baby. Come on, man. Get out here.
What a conundrum. Yeah, I know. I wish. What a conundrum. All our young girls up there. I don't think my wife will trust me.
Okay.
Let me
All
go.
right. Mitch, where are we going, buddy?
I'm going with the 49ers only. I say 49ers and Chargers in the Super Bowl, and I'm getting ahead of myself here. What a conundrum to have. It was Trey Lance's job till he got hurt. Injury shouldn't be the deciding factor. I think he gets something for Purdy, and the elephant in the room is my boy Sam Darnold. All right? I know he's a USC guy. He's finally got a good coach. How many coaches has this guy had in his whole career? He's got a good coach, somebody steady you can learn from. But I want to see Trey Lance.
Okay.
I think he's got a lot of talent.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I never recovered from that.
We just will alert TSA in New York and New Jersey, and
That's a wild boy right there.
that was
I never recovered.
It's like he also found a word of the day that he just really wanted to work into a few sentences.
Oh man, that's my boy. That's my boy right there. Now I don't
know what to do after that.
Well, I'll talk 49ers football.
Thanks.
Sam Darnold. Well, I've said this a number of times, and I mean it. I don't think Sam Darnold is as bad as like people try to make him out to be.
I don't think he is either.
He had moments with the Panthers that I liked what I saw.
He had moments with the Trojans that were
Right,
good, but that
right.
was about it.
And people said the coaching hasn't been there.
Absolutely.
So
In both places.
Yeah, and the foundation of the franchise hasn't been there.
Facts.
So I could see him in another scenario where the backup quarterback spot was open, and I got something that I got to mention on that one, or the starting spot was open, that he could be a project for Kyle Shanahan. And I'd be like, this isn't the craziest thing in the world. But no, I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him playing for the 49ers. I have no interest in seeing Sam Darnold playing.
I understand
None
that.
whatsoever.
He's not I understand that. That's fine. What was
So I came on these airwaves last week, whatever the case may be. I was like, yo, they need to stop with all this Trey's fighting for a roster spot, all this other stuff. Like, It's crazy. There is a certain level. Well, I think some of it is kind of nonsense. There's a certain level of there are people that go out there every day to the training camp and the practices. They see things that I don't see.
Mm-hmm.
They see the reps. They see who they're playing with. They see how they're not necessarily being coached, but more so like how the reps are being divvied up, against who, with who, all this other stuff, how these guys are playing or whatever. And got to be fair. There are multiple people who are like, you can say whatever you want. There is a battle going on for number 2. And the battle is between 3 quarterbacks. There are people who say, yo, make the jokes you want, say whatever you want about what Kyle Shanahan said. Brandon Allen, Allen, because he said Kyle earlier, threw me off.
No.
Brandon Allen is part of this race.
Okay.
For number 2. And that includes Trey Lance. I don't know. I wouldn't know Brandon Allen if he walked in these studios right now. So I don't want to be like, you kidding me? Brandon Allen, that guy stinks. I'm not going to fool you guys. I don't know much about Brandon Allen. So I don't know if he stinks or if he has some stuff that, is appealing to somebody that's looking for a quarterback. But it does seem real. Like whether it's fair or not, it does seem real that it's a real competition for 2 between 3 guys.
It sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm curious who you could, because you've mentioned this in terms of the starting quarterback position. You've got to put someone's name second on the depth chart. Whose name did they put?
Trey.
I feel like that's what they did.
Yeah.
I assume it was Trey, Darnold, Brandon Allen after that. But it'll be, I completely agree with you, but it'll be interesting to see what they're looking for. Because if Trey Lance looks good, do you have confidence? Because with Trey, I feel like the criteria is different for maybe all 3 quarterbacks, given that Brandon Allen's young also. But with Darnold and with Trey, how do you evaluate them? Because with Trey, you have to look at, hey man, we like what we saw. We've heard nothing but positive things about Trey Lance for weeks now.
Yeah.
But the question has to be asked, all right, Trey looked really good. Can he sit for 6 weeks?
Pick it right.
Get pulled off the bench in the third quarter because, Brock Purdy hurt his ankle and go in there and be effective. And the greater question is, can he do it more effectively than Sam Darnold can? And that's why, like that, I'm curious how much they weigh that in, how much they weigh that specific scenario. And then you have to weigh like the most unfortunate scenario. What if something happens to Brock Purdy? Who can we insert into the starting lineup for 11 weeks or 12 weeks or 10 weeks or 7 weeks and get to where we have to go? With Jimmy Garoppolo, there was no, everyone felt like they could still get to exactly where they wanted to go. I don't think anyone felt like that with Brock Purdy until a couple of weeks in. It was like, okay, this quarterback position isn't a disaster. This team's good enough to make it. And then it was like, yo, this quarterback position is actually good. This team can make it. And you have to ask yourself those questions this year. Who do we have to put in if something happens? Kyle, history says, correct me if I'm wrong, we only got one. History says, and Kyle Shanahan's history as a 49ers coach, quarterback going down.
Right.
So congratulations to whoever gets the number 1 spot for the 49ers, because you're going to get hurt.
Or not congratulations.
Yeah, like it's going to happen to you. It's only Jimmy 19 that it hasn't. So who are you most comfortable with going 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games? Who are you most comfortable with if you're in the playoffs against the Philadelphia Eagles and you're playing with your backup quarterback?
So the question that's asked, or that you just asked, is one that's, they're asking themselves, and I completely understand it. is, can Trey Lance not play for 5 weeks, jump right back in, and pick up like nothing happened?
Yep.
Or he's done for the season. Can Trey Lance lead us for 11 weeks? I think the only answer that anybody in that building should have, and anybody that's posed that question should have, is I don't know. That's the only answer.
Yeah.
And because of that, I can't treat him like he can't. I can't get rid of him and say he can't do it.
That's fine. Perfectly fair.
Mhm.
What if the answer to Sam Darnold, though, is yes? What if it's the same question that you just asked? Can he not play for 5 weeks, get up, and lead this team to victories? What if the answer to the you said Trey Lance, the fair answer right now is I don't know. You shouldn't punish him for that. Well, what if the answer for Sam Darnold is yes, he can? Then what do you do?
I'll answer your question. I won't dance around it, but then I'll also
dance around it.
Yeah. After answer. The answer I would say, I gotta live with it. This is where probably like all the draft picks and everything that you invested comes into play. Like I can't.
You got to live with Trey Lance.
Yeah, I got to live with that. Okay. I got to see what that is before I move on. Because going with Darnold probably means I'm moving on from Trey, and I got to see what this is before I move on. So I could be completely wrong. I know Darnold's a yes-ish, and I don't know what Trey is, and Trey could be a no, and I've got to find that out and live with that. So there's that. But this is where I say I dance around it. I'd be like, well, who would say Darnold's a yes? If anything, it's been a no.
Well, no, but that's not fair. You have the next 6 weeks, with Kyle Shanahan to change that perception.
That's an I don't know in the situation.
But you can't. No, I don't think that's. I don't think.
But that's how I don't know. Because we've seen him come in as a backup quarterback, and
with Kyle Shanahan.
No, but we've seen him come in, not play for 5-6 weeks, come in, and there ain't no good. Now, if you want to say Kyle Shanahan, that's an I don't know. Because is Kyle Shanahan going to change, and the players around him going to change Sam Darnold's results, or is he Baker Mayfield, where it doesn't matter who's around him? It's
Baker
just
Mayfield
not going to be
won
successful.
His first game
He did.
on 2 hours notice.
Beat the Raiders.
He did.
Come from behind victory. I think it was a rousing 16 points to get that win.
I don't like the way that you're doing this. Like he just got off the plane and went and won a football game.
Jeff Saturday got his first win against the Raiders too. I forgot about that.
Oh, they had. Oh, Raiders. Man. The Raiders had Baker Mayfield as a max quarterback, and Jeff Saturday was getting contract extensions.
Bill Walsh on the other sideline right there.
Oh, man.
And you know what's crazy? Mac Jones still managed to lose to the Raiders. you know what's really I look, there's respect to journalists that say these things. So I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I think it's crazy that people still believe Kyle Shanahan definitally wanted Mac Jones.
You're talking about the Mike Silver?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Like, that's crazy. Like, bro,
you were wrong. Just admit you were all wrong. You got duped. You got fooled. You bought into the Chris Sims stuff. Just admit, for the love of God, you were wrong.
They were close to the sources close to the situation say that Kyle still, up until draft day, wanted to go. No, bro, you got the wrong sources. Oh, damn near laughed at you guys at the press conference. He said, I heard people saying stuff the whole time. I just let them say it. Without any kind of knowledge, just going on assumption. I just let them say it.
The funny thing is, and I believe he can kick out, but Mac Jones so far has fallen flat on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still sticking with this narrative. Like, if Mac Jones threw for, 30 touchdowns last year, okay, ride with it. Like, up your street. Like, Mac Jones stinks right now. And they're still convincing themselves that that's reality. Incredible.
And Kyle, and somehow somebody convinced Kyle at the last moment to take Trey Lance.
At the last moment. just swooped in. It was Vlade. Vlade jumped in and said, "No, don't do it. I've lived through this, pal." Take Trey Lance.
I told the story. I was getting texts that draft day from people that played with Trey Lance. That Trey Lance was like, "Yeah, I'm probably going to the Niners." Weeks before that, but Mac Jones was up into the buzzer.
We had someone on our show that day who was like, "Your quarterback is either going to be Aaron Rodgers or it's Trey Lance." Those are the two options at this point. It's Aaron Rodgers or it's Trey Lance. There's no other answer here. We'll come back. Trista Crick's going to join us around the top of the 2:00 hour. She just shot me a text, but she will definitely be with us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Was that Patriots play against the Raiders? Is that the funniest play of all time? Like better than anything Leon Lett ever did?
That was crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Easily.
That was crazy.
Easily. I'm going to grab my juice because I really don't know when Trista's going to.
And we don't know how long she'll be here.
Well, that's true too. Which I should probably go to the bathroom if that's the case.
Don't mind me, guys. Give me a second. I should go 16th round or 13th round right now. I'm gonna do that. I don't even have a drink to talk about. Let's go ahead. Give me a quick second. This won't take long. We're going 13th round because some things need to be said. Okay, we need to talk. We need to break this thing down even further. All right, here we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Dope Ones. Big out to my people over there at the Dope Ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my people over there. You already know what it is. Shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know what it is with Cola CMOS, man. Go get you some at colacmos.com. And now we're going to look at the other side of the mega fight between Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. And what's next for Errol Spence? Where does he go from here? I think it's crazy talk that a lot of people are out there talking about he got beat so bad he should retire. And, you know, he just looked awful. I mean, he did look awful, but, you know, it's just it for him. It's the end of the road for Errol Spence because he lost to what a lot of people believe is the best fighter in the world. Just kind of crazy talk, right? And this is where, you know, you get some noobs in boxing sometimes. They come in here and try to spew stuff out here, acting as if Muhammad Ali didn't get dominated by Joe Frazier and Ali Frazier won. Dominated. Frazier beat the brakes off of Ali. As if Roberto Duran didn't beat Sugar Ray Leonard when they first fought. You know, as if Tommy Hearns didn't lose to both Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard and was able to bounce back and do what he did. As if Oscar De La Hoya didn't lose multiple times. As if Bernard Hopkins didn't lose the first time he fought Roy Jones Jr. You know, I don't understand what you guys are thinking. Errol Spence lost the fight on Saturday. That doesn't mean it's the end for him. Now, I did say this. I tweeted it out afterwards. I said, I wouldn't take that rematch at 147. Clearly, that is not where he should be. I'd take the rematch at 154, though. You know, I've had some time to think about it, too. What else is he going to do? Take the rematch. He's a fighter. He's a champion. He's a true champion. You take that rematch. You're not afraid to fight this man again. You don't sit up there and say, oh, I can't beat him. I'm not fighting him again. You absolutely take that rematch. You try to get it at 154. You try to make it happen there, but you absolutely take that rematch. And the last thing I want to do is I want to give a shout out to Errol Spence because this fight happened because of Errol Spence. Errol, when Bud messed around the first time a year ago, he said, man, I can't do this no more. I can't stay at 147, man. I've been 2 years too long anyway. I need to move up. But like Bud said a number of different times, he said, I'm a man of my word. Bud Errol's a man of his word. He stayed at 147 like he said he would. He gave the fight an opportunity, and he deserves all the credit in the world for making it happen. So I want to give a big shout out to Errol Spence. You're a true champion. You'll be right back, champ. Don't worry about it. And if you want to take the rematch, don't listen to what everybody's saying. Go ahead, take that rematch, and then run that back, man. And that's the 13th round.
Get some ice on that face, too.
Well, definitely needs ice. It definitely needs ice. We're back.
Trista Crick set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes-ish. I think she's still at home, so they got quite a bit going on at the Crick household.
Yeah.
Brandon Allen working out with the threes, according to our buddy Nick Wagner. 4 for 4. Oh, my. Did we talk about Taco yet?
No.
Did they sign Taco?
Oh, no. I thought you meant Taco Fall. No, we didn't talk about Taco.
We haven't talked about tacos at all today. Taco Tuesday.
Yeah. Taco Charlton.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
Yeah. He's with the Niners.
He was a good ball player for a minute in Dallas.
You
kind
know,
of fizzled out pretty quickly.
One of the things, and we talked about this last week with Kyle Madsen, is sometimes like these defensive linemen who were, you know, big time at one point in time and kind of fell off or, you know, didn't live up to expectations, they find themselves in San Francisco and it's a reclamation project, and they get a new lease on their football life when they come and play for the 49ers and get on that defensive line. So Taco could be another one of those guys, along with Cleveland Farrell. And
that's what coaches do too.
Absolutely.
That reminds me of something I wanted to say to TC. Because TC
we're gonna
always
hire the black coaches.
Well, that there's certainly that, but it can't be an accident, right? And not even talking about that they're all black coaches, but like Robert Saleh as a head coach, Bob, D'Amico Ryan, Mike McDaniel, you know, Steve Wilkes next, like this. It can't be an accident that like Kyle Shanahan has a legitimate coaching tree.
Yeah.
He has a very unique coaching tree.
Yeah.
Only Herm Edwards has one that looks like his, but like you got to respect that.
Absolutely.
I don't know what Kyle Shanahan did to TC, but it's one of the wilder things. Yo, wrestling fans, check out the Cody Rhodes doc on Peacock. Very good. I enjoyed it. It's kind of cut and paste. It looks like every other wrestling documentary. I thought they did Cody's story right. I thought they were going to ignore All In and AEW and all of that, but they didn't. Good. Didn't spend a lot of time on it. And Hunter did call it a second tier promotion, but they did tell the story of Cody and him leaving WWE and going out. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. I love the Cody Rhodes story, like the real life story. It's the main reason I didn't want him to go back to WWE last WrestleMania, because I thought that would like end the story. But clearly, like, it hasn't. And clearly, and this has been a conversation amongst us, you know, in commercial breaks, on the air, off the air, Cody's winning a title. Like, this whole thing, the whole documentary centers around the time Dusty Rhodes beat superstar Billy Graham at Madison Square Garden by countout. And, you know, the title doesn't change hands by countout or disqualification. But they went so far as to put the title like around his waist. There's a picture of him holding up the title. They have that picture. The whole doc centers on that picture. The whole doc centers on him doing what Dusty didn't. He has to win the title. I don't know when, but he has to.
I have no issue with Cody when it would be a great story, especially it probably comes even more into focus after watching the doc and learning the history. And like you said, they centered around that specific moment with his dad. I've always just said I didn't think he was the one that should be Roman. He shouldn't have beaten Roman at WrestleMania. Now, how the story plays out moving forward, or if he's just beat somebody else, that's different. But the injury derailed everything. Like he could have been the guy at last WrestleMania to do it, but that injury just, it halted everything. They told the story of the injury, like the amount of pain that he was in, like during the match. There was one spot where he said he nearly vomited. It hurt so bad. Jeez. And like they play, and I remembered watching it live, but they, you know, showed the moment where he took off his jacket. And the gasp from the crowd when they saw that giant bruise like down his arm and on his chest. Really good stuff though. It's a solid 2 hours.
pretty in depth. Again, they mention All In AEW. They kind of gloss over it, but they do reference it and talk about it in the formation of it. But I love the Cody Rhodes story. I love that he voluntarily walked away from WWE to go do what he wanted to do and kind of establish himself. And he made himself a significantly bigger star. He's probably he's not the only person, but he's one of the few. And I honestly can't think of anyone off the top of my head who left, went out and did something else, became a much, much bigger star, and came back.
Yeah. I mean, this is you're more the wrestling aficionado than I am. But for me, he was nondescript. That doesn't mean he wasn't good or, he didn't have storylines or anything while he's with WWE, but he was essentially another wrestler. You know what I mean? Another wrestler, Dusty son.
Yep.
That's essentially what he was. Gold Dust brother.
He was doing the Stardust thing too, right before he left.
Yeah, he was just another guy. And now, to me, and they probably don't factor this stuff in, but you combine what he did with AEW with what he's doing and probably about to do with WWE, he's catapulted himself into a Hall of Fame career.
Absolutely.
And if he would have stayed, that probably wouldn't have been the case, in my opinion. And he's taken his career to another level. So that's dope to see, man. That's very dope to see.
Yeah.
Did you see the Tribal Chief on First Take?
I did. I was actually going to bring that up with Jason Jones because Jason talked to O'Shea Jackson.
Yeah.
And one of the things that came up was Roman. And it brought I think there's some fair questions to ask right now regarding something Paul Heyman said on First Take this morning.
About Roman or himself?
Both.
There's no question when you talk about himself.
But both.
When you talk about Paul Heyman.
There's no question?
There's no question.
I think you're right.
There's no and the guys that he talked about, they were gods in the game, but he's the best.
It's a Jordan LeBron conversation.
Is it?
There's only two.
I feel like
Huh?
Him and Bobby?
Yeah.
Bobby was phenomenal.
Bobby was incredible.
You wasn't outside.
I mean, I can go back and watch. I feel like Paul's just on his own tier. Like Paul's almost as big as the guy.
Bobby
was.
I wasn't around for it.
Not on his own tier.
No,
it's Paul and Bobby. It's Paul and Bobby the Brain. There's no one else. There's no one else.
Because Paul's like almost as big as like the guys he manages.
Yeah, no, he is. Like he's instant. He's instant, and he's reinvented. Like he's been an agent, a wise man, an advocate. He's been everything but a manager.
Yeah.
And no, I think it's a two-person conversation, and I think it's Paul Heyman.
And Bobby, forgive me if I'm overstating a little bit, but he was bigger than a lot of people that he managed.
Almost all of them except Andre.
Like it was
maybe Ravishing Rick.
It was about Hogan beating Bobby.
Yep.
It wasn't about Hogan
the Heenan
beating
family.
whoever it was.
Yep. Like think about that. Andre was the biggest babyface on the planet, and he turned heel by walking out on the Piper's Pit with Bobby Heenan. That instantly turned him heel. What was Hogan's first line? What are you doing here with him?
Yeah.
And Andre never said a word. Bobby didn't say anything.
Right.
It was all Hogan. What are you doing with him? That's how powerful Bobby the Brain was in the 80s. But to Paul Heyman's defense, if you remember Roman's heel turn, he comes back. He's acting heelish in his return. But this is pandemic Thunderdome, television. They got Paul Heyman, they got Roman signing something like a contract, and the camera pans back and he's sitting next to Paul Heyman. And that's when you knew, Roman just turned heel.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. But
same power that Bobby had.
But it's always been about beating Roman Reigns. It's never been about beating Bobby Heenan, or it's never been about beating Paul Heyman.
Oh no, for sure.
It's been about beating Roman, and that's the power that Bobby had. I still think Paul Heyman's the GOAT. He's the best. He's number one. But Bobby was special. He was special. Paul Heyman said, "I'm the GOAT."
Yeah.
He said, "Better than Bobby the Brain." He's dead.
Well, yeah, he went. He maybe went a little too heelish with that. They did.
Well, what he said with Jimmy was even crazier because he says he goes, even Bobby the Brain, and he's like, he's dead. Who cares? And he goes, Jimmy Hart. He's like, well, him still being alive is proof that God doesn't answer all my prayers. I said, yo.
Paul Heyman is funny. I remember WrestleMania at Levi's. They had a convention in, I think it was San Jose, and the All Access thing where you come in. It's a big fan event. You see statues and all of this stuff. And I was still living on the East Coast at the time, but I flew out here for WrestleMania 31, and I took my mom and my sister to the convention. And my mom loved, like, I got pictures of my mom with the Ultimate Warrior statue and the Macho Man. Like, she loved all of that stuff. The only current person that got her like just loving the whole atmosphere was Paul Heyman. Because Paul Heyman was in a ring, and we walked over and we're right in front of him. He's in a ring and he's cutting a promo. And you know, my mom's going nuts for this. She thinks it's the greatest thing she's ever seen in her life, and the crowd is reacting to him.
Yeah.
He has, like, he's the greatest talker, I think, in the history
for sure
of the business.
For sure, hands down. He
ECW is garbage, but Paul Heyman is the greatest.
Exactly. He who knew he was going to be what he ended up.
But I'll say this: the man started his own wrestling promotion.
Come on, man.
He was a manager in WCW and went off and started his own wrestling promotion.
Dude, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT, Jesse. Don't get it twisted. He's definitely the GOAT. But yeah. And then the other thing, real quick, we'll get off this, is and this is unfair because I don't know. Maybe Bobby did some of the same things, and maybe I'm just a prisoner of this. This is one of my favorite moments in the history of wrestling is the Bloodline. Yeah. But the way Paul has assisted or led in writing this story out. It's one of my favorite storylines ever. What he's done, the little subtleties, Solo looking at Roman, little stuff like that has just been
Paul
flawless.
Is arguably the greatest writer of all time. And if Vince McMahon and Paul Heyman could have set their egos aside a little bit, they could have written amazing television together. Now they did for many, many years, but those two eventually butted heads to where he's just a television character now, but he's obviously very influential in this, just like he was with Brock Lesnar. He has a feel for the people that like he works with. I remember when they first brought Brock back, they tried to do it without Paul. Like when they first brought him back after the Cena thing, they put him in the ring and he stumbles through this promo. He walks through the curtain, looks Vince McMahon, said it dead in his face and says, "Get me Paul Heyman," and walks back. And then Paul Heyman was on TV the next week because they knew, okay, we can't put a microphone in Brock's hand like ever again, until they made like Cowboy Brock. Now I guess it's a regular thing.
That is awful too, by the way.
It's not good.
Cowboy Brock is awful.
It's not good. You listen,
Paul Heyman. I'm the one that's in control here.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well, that sounds like Vince McMahon. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Trista Crick going to join us here shortly. She shot us a text message. Says she's running just a few minutes behind, but she will be here with us shortly. Yes, I did say ECW is garbage. It is. It's trash. It ages poorly. It's not good.
It's whack.
Paul Heyman is brilliant. ECW is not. I respect its place in history. I also think it's grossly overhyped. Trista, I'm certain will be interested in this. Shams Charania provided some details, allegedly, on what Miami's offer for Dame Lillard is. At this point, it seems to center around 3 to 4 first-round picks and pick swaps. Now, the counter report to that is cool. The Trailblazers appear to be completely, and the word that was being used was disinterested in having any conversations regarding Dame Lillard. So I don't know what that is. You can make of that whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they can do whatever they want to do, but now we're getting into the territory that I talked about before. They sound like they're trying to hold him hostage. He don't want to be there. And now maybe they are willing to trade him, but they were like, well, over our dead body, we ain't trading you to Miami because that's where you want to go.
Well, I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's over my dead body. It's just like this is where we can get. Well, I'll say this. I don't think it's over my dead body yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think if there really is a open forum on offers for Dame Lillard, and you get an offer from hypothetically Boston, you get an offer hypothetically from New York, Brooklyn, and Miami. If you look at those 4 offers, and you can look at Miami and say, that's probably the best one. I mean, it'd be subjective. Yeah, that's probably the best one. But you trade him to New York, yeah, maybe it is over my dead body. But if you look at the 4 offers and Miami's the worst, that's not the fault of the Trailblazers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
I just don't.
Like you wouldn't even know what's the worst because they ain't even got no interest in talking to Miami. That's what I heard from that, and that's over my dead body. Like we ain't even talking to Miami.
Well, I don't think they're talking to anybody. I don't think it's just Miami. I don't think they're talking to anyone.
Well, yeah, and that's where I said they're gonna hold them hostage.
Well,
relatively speaking.
Like yeah, I mean, do you have to trade him right now?
You don't have to trade him, but he's told you I'm not interested in being here.
I've never understood the belief. Oh, the trade market will pick up as we get closer to the season. Like it will? Why? Unless you're waiting until December when all of the contracts that were signed in July can be traded, well, then that's different. But that appears to be a whole other conversation because now you're starting the season with Dame Lillard on your roster. And that feels like a different discussion you need to have. And it'll immediately, I assume, maybe fairly piss off Dame Lillard because that means if that happens, you're not interested in trading him to Miami. Because I don't think there's anyone we're talking about in Miami who just signed.
Right.
We're talking about Tyler Hero and probably something else. And then your draft picks.
Yeah. Yeah. So I look, they can all do what they want to do. I mean, Dame has the right to say, I don't want to be here. Portland has the right to say, we're not going to trade him. You know, that you signed a contract. We still want to have you here. So we're not interested in trading you. So they all have the right to do what they want to do. But that was all my original point. They all have the right to do what they want to do. You know, are people going to get upset? They got upset with Dame Lillard saying, I only want to go to Miami. If through back channels, Portland saying, well, we'll trade him, but we ain't trading him to Miami just because. Is that any better?
Well, no, it's not. But it's also bad business if Miami has the best offer. The only reason I'll stall Portland out is if they just don't like Miami's offer. And they're like, and they look at this like, we don't want to do this deal. If you want to trade, we'll trade you. It's not we don't want to trade you to Miami. It's we don't want to trade you to Miami for what they're offering. That's our problem. It's not about giving you what you want. It's not about not working with you. It's not about being difficult. It's about they have an offer we don't like.
Right.
And if we have some assurances that we can talk to a couple of other teams, maybe we can leverage an offer. Maybe we can leverage an offer that gets you to Miami, that gets Miami to up their trade package. Because right now, and I understand this thing from Miami too. If I'm Miami, why am I bidding against myself? This is the offer until someone else gets involved in this conversation. And if you're willing to risk starting the season with Dame Lillard on your roster, hey, do you?
Yeah.
Do you? But if not, this is what we have to offer. This is our single team bidder offer. Now, if it becomes a multi-team, then we'll talk. But right now, it's me and me alone, and this is the offer.
Yeah.
So we both have risk that we're taking here. I have a risk that you're not going to accept this offer, and you have a risk that Dame Lillard's going to report to training camp.
Right. That makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. I wish I knew in the grand scheme of things what exactly they were doing, like Portland was doing. Like, are you just going to keep them? And then what?
And then
I don't
what know, man. Do? I don't know.
Like, then you're going to have this roster with all these different parts.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Clunky.
There's no direction into what you're doing. I made a joke to a certain degree because I got the alert that Justin Champagnie was being waived by the Celtics. And I was like, yo, Kings get him. Need to go get him. It's Julian who's the good champion.
I was like, wait a minute. I thought he played for San Antonio.
Julian is the good champion. Damn.
Yeah, right. Well, you have to get him on the Kings just so he doesn't eviscerate you like repeatedly.
That's it.
That's it. Why are they signing this guy? Well, just so he doesn't beat them. Just for no reason, scored 40 on him. Where Terrence says, damn, no other team interested? ? I don't think it's no other team interested. I don't think that memo that the NBA put out at the end of last week did anything. I think a lot of general managers might be on vacation.
No,
it could be, and that's probably something Portland should communicate to Dame Lillard. Like, hey, it's August 1st. Camp doesn't start till October. Let's just chill. There's gonna be stuff in the news cycle. Like, let's just put everything like on hold for a minute.
Yeah.
And then, when we get closer to camp and everyone is back in their office on a day-to-day basis, we can revisit this. Maybe we can get a little further with Miami, but right now we're not getting anywhere with this. And as it stands, you're not getting what you want, and we're not getting what we want. We'd love for you to come back and join this team, but if you're hell-bent against that, we've got to figure something out. But right now, we can't do it.
Yeah. And Gilbert,
and it's a tough spot for everyone. Like I do feel bad for Portland in this sense because I don't think they're trying to be malicious. I don't think they're F Dame Lillard. I don't think they're doing that. I do think they were handcuffed by what Dame and Aaron Goodwin did. And I think that's the only misstep. I don't know that you could handle a trade of this magnitude privately. Like, I shouldn't say privately. I don't know if you could handle a trade of this magnitude quietly. But if there was a way you could have, it might have been different.
And the reason why I don't really feel sorry for Portland is because they could have allegedly went back on their word.
Well, that's a great point. Well, explain. I know what you mean, but explain.
If they told Dame, hey, shut it down, we're going to get one more draft pick so we can use that in a trade to get you some veteran help.
Yep.
We're on the same page. Yeah, we're on the same page. I'm out. Shut me down. And then they get the third pick and Scoot's sitting there.
See,
and they're like, well,
but that's that.
We're going to go with the rookie.
Is it fair to say it probably because they won, they moved up? I think they meant that if they were fourth or fifth or sixth.
No, if they were third and they thought Charlotte would have taken Scoot.
It could have very well been the case. I think when in February or March or whenever it was, when the pick got a name attached to it, that's when I think it changed. And it's fair to say they went back on their word, but it's also like, damn, this isn't we were looking at a number of players. We were never looking at Scoot. We didn't think we were going to get Scoot. Like, we won the lottery to get Scoot. Maybe you have a discussion. How do you feel about that? And obviously, we know how Dame feels about that.
Dame probably says, "I'm glad you won the lottery. That's going to be easier for a trade now. You can get more for a trade. Pay what you owe, granddad."
I'll say this too. I don't think the Zion Williamson thing was real. And I sure as hell don't think the Brandon Ingram thing was real. I just don't. I don't. Like, no, no one said yes to that. Like, I don't think that was real. I think that was talk. We'll come back. I'm pretty sure Trista's going to join us. If not, we'll figure it out together. Stilo and KC. I know Jason Jones is going to join us.
Yeah, man.
That's an hour from now. So stay tuned. It's an adventure that we're on together here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Snack time.
Oh. It'd be wild to have Tristan and Jason on at the same time. Oh man, 90s R&B talk. Portland's we'll see what's Ian talking about here. No doubt the Miami only demand didn't help, but I'm guessing Portland's front office also overestimated Lillard's value on the trade market. That's probably fair. I think a lot of I know fans overestimate trade value. I think front offices do too. I absolutely think front offices do the same thing.
I mean, yeah, look at Daryl Morey.
Exactly. Great, perfect example. Perfect example. What the hell is a 10-team no trade clause? That's a real thing? I've never heard of that before, Ramsey. What is that? No, it's not a bad point. That's why I'm having a hard time. That's why I'm having a hard time being mad at Portland in this situation. Like, yeah, I understand. It's a situation that sucks for everybody. I am excited for SummerSlam. I'm gonna be away this weekend, but I'm gonna try. It's gonna be where I'm at. It's gonna be hard for me to divert my attention to SummerSlam, but it will get watched at some point. I definitely will. D-Mac, no, it's not. In fact, I've cut it like 5 times. I've just cut it to this length because I like this short little length here. But me growing the big Kenny Caraway beard, the big Jason Jones beard. I think I need a few more. I need a little more gray at the top of my head to be able to pull that off. Because it's a lot of gray down here. And like brown and blonde. It's wild. But I like the short. I like how it looks.
Hey, Damien, I talked to her. It's official. It's all in motion now.
Thanks, Kim. What's she talking about?
I told her she needs to make that Beyonce thing happen. She said, I don't have any juice around.
Thanks, Kimmy. Thanks, Kimberly. She looked like she having a bad day. She is not feeling us.
She's not here for it today.
She is not feeling us at all.
Get the hell out of my face.
Bryce out here posting shirtless pics all over Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Man, what part of Disneyland was you in?
All right. Well, get it how you live, Big Bryce. I ain't mad at you.
You living that life.
Get it how you live. Uptown, Third Ward, Magnolia.
I really misunderstood Trista's text. No, she said I'm gonna be a little behind. All right, it's cool. She said there's something going on at the house. I'm gonna be a little behind. Normally that's like 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Oh, and Dr. David, I'll talk about this tomorrow too, but he talked about it earlier. No, Errol should not fight Boots. Terrence Crawford needs to fight only big fights from here on out. We ain't seeing no more mean machines, bro. Like, nah, bro. He had 5-6 years of that.
Sound
No
like
more
T-
mean machines.
Sound like
Only
TC.
big fights. Period.
Sound like TC. Nah, bro. This is the longest baseball show in history. Is there something else on?
The trade deadline used to be so exciting when I was a kid.
Used to be.
Trash.
I'm gonna need this trade deadline show to end. This thing's been on for like hours. Like, what are we doing?
What? Is this an Aaron Judge documentary?
What?
Aaron Judge, New York. Oh, they're on ESPN still. I thought that was like a screen recorded, like a screensaver.
Oh.
Why was it on there for so long, though?
That's what I said. You saw the same thing I did. And it's on the trade deadline. What was he doing on that show?
Missing NFL Live for this?
This just in: Aaron Rodgers is not being traded. Hey, we were
good.
Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers, Aaron Judge.
Oh,
Aaron Rodgers, apparently my guy. After
that is your boy.
My man's in them.
Said he's all right by me.
Misunderstood. That Aaron Rodgers just misunderstood.
Saw Hard Knocks comes out this Sunday, I think.
I was wondering when that was going to start.
I think it said the 8th. Maybe that's not Sunday. That's not Sunday. That's a week from
Tuesday.
today. Yeah, it's a week from today.
Yeah, I was about to say, I usually play on Tuesday. Maybe they're going for a different day.
I haven't watched in years.
I haven't. I was just about to say, you think I can make it through the whole season this year? I don't even think I've started the season the last like 3 or 4 times.
You could make it through all of Hard Knocks?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think so either.
I don't trust you to watch TV episodes, to be honest.
I feel like this one will be entertaining, though.
You'll act like you're an expert, but you won't watch. Why do you think that?
I don't know, just because like Rodgers, whether you like him or not, he is like polarizing and stuff like that. He is provocative. He gets eyes to the TV and stuff like that. And I think the Jets, they got a lot of hype coming into this season as far as what they need to do in this season. I think it'll be a good season.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers is prominently featured?
Yeah.
I feel like some of those guys don't want to be a part of this stuff. And
Right.
they can, ask to.
He does. Well, he absolutely does.
You know what else I don't want to see? Like, I don't want to find out like that Robert Saleh sucks. Like, like sometimes, like, I don't like.
They don't make the playoffs this year.
Well, no, I'm talking about the way that they act. Like sometimes, like those coaches sometimes. Like, really? That's how you get through to your players? Like,
Yeah, see,
I didn't think you was that. Like,
I'm trying to think of the last time I felt that way about. Once again, I don't watch it a whole lot.
Well,
but like who comes to mind?
Well, first, you already know how Bill O'Brien comes to mind.
I mean, but yeah, but
Second,
he came that way, not in front of the camera,
Rex
like
Ryan.
on regular TV.
Rex Ryan comes to mind. Watching Jason Garrett during it wasn't Hard Knocks. It was,
Was it All In?
That.
Or All or Nothing, I think it's called.
Yeah. Whatever the other one was. Is that Prime?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
When I hear Jason Garrett, now I think of when Cousin Sal and Bill Simmons, they just call him the clapper because like things will be going wrong. Things will be going wrong for the Cowboys. Cameraman to him. He just
that boy,
instead of actually doing something, he just
that dude is wild.
Terrence brought up the Raiders in the chat. That year for Hard Knocks, that was the year where Antonio Brown like froze his feet or something, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, because he used don't use the cryotherapy with the gas.
He did that.
You got to use the room. You got to go into the cold temperature room. Don't use that little tube with the glass or with the gas.
What is that?
There's a gas that simulates I don't remember what but there's 2 different cryotherapies. There's a one where you go into a temperature controlled chamber, which is what I do. It's full body, like you not my head sticking out. Like I walk into this chamber, I freeze for 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and then I walk out.
Right.
Then there's the other one that like it was on Ballers. The Denzel's son, I forgot what his name was in the show, was using it. But it's like it's like you're standing like straight, and you're in like this tube with your head sticking out, and it's gas. And I don't know what kind of gas, because that's not what I paid attention to in class.
Yeah.
But it simulates cold. It drops your body temperature. That's where dudes be like, they like burn themselves.
Oh, jeez. Goodness gracious.
I lightweight think he did that on purpose too. I think that whole time he was with the Raiders, he was trying to sabotage that and get out of there.
Damn. That would suck. Almost lose your feet just to not play for the Raiders.
So
I'm telling you, dude. Antonio Brown's a weird.
yeah, he a little different. You know how there was a video, what were we watching? 8 minutes of De'Aaron Fox dribbling.
Mm-hmm.
I was really hoping there'd be like 8 minutes of Jason Garrett clapping.
The clapper.
I found like this isn't good. Like I was trying to find like a good one, just a nonstop, because he's like an aggressive clapper.
Oh man, Jason Garrett. Now he's a TV star.
He is a TV. Who did he interview? Oh, Stanford.
That's right.
He interviewed for Stanford. Like,
That's
sir,
right.
you are not Stanford material. I'm so sorry. You are not going to be the head coach of that football team. No, sir.
Was there anybody on Hard Knocks that came off like good, like as a coach? Like, oh, I could play for him. I can't think anybody who did. They had what's his name?
Well, Tony Dungy was on Hard Knocks.
Tony Dungy's cool. Tony
he?
Dungy sometimes.
He was like the only.
I'll be
one
like, I'll just say I don't agree with Tony sometimes, but he's a good man. I'm trying to think. What was the guy? Greg Smith for the Falcons.
Arthur
Seemed
Smith?
Who?
Maybe Arthur Smith?
No, that maybe, but the head coach. Yeah, I mean, he just seemed like that team was going to stink.
Wait,
Like
which
gonna
one?
get it right.
Sorry, I just heard from Trista. You might be surprised to find out she's going to miss today.
Oh well, you know.
No problem, TK. We'll get it figured out.
See, now I'm gonna have to find him here, man. It's gonna bother me.
Dan Campbell, yeah, there's a good one, Kyle. Dan Campbell came across well. He was that last
did.
year, the year
Yeah.
before?
I was.
I think
I'm gonna
I-
cry. I'm emotional about this. I'm gonna cry.
I think I only watched the one episode.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
And the great thing about that speech is they released it. That was their big teaser, right? And it was a minute 20. The speech was like 3 minutes. It was like, bro, shut up.
Yeah.
Stop talking. We need to go change clothes and get off of the practice field. But he got riled up and
I get emotional about this. I'm about to
He
cry.
was turned up. He was turned all the way up. Mike Smith was the coach I was thinking about for the Falcons.
oh,
I watched that and I was like, these guys are gonna win. This is not gonna happen.
Who was the Buccaneers coach when Jameis was on there? Because remember, Jameis was getting yelled at every episode.
It wasn't Bruce, was it?
that was
I don't think it was Bruce. No.
And he got me.
he
Jameis
got
me.
he
Jameis
hook,
got
line,
me.
and sinker.
I said, yo,
That's when he was
that
eating
boy
W's.
Jameis,
Oh my god.
he got up at like 5 a.m.
So bad.
was in the dark, working on his throw. I said, yo, you need a leader like Jameis out there. At the time, the Niners didn't have a quarterback. And I was like, that's what the Niners are missing right now. Jameis actually had
Who was
a
the
pretty
Bucs
good
coach that year? Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk Cutter.
Dirk Cutter.
well, that's
Never
not
heard of
gonna-
that guy again.
That's not going to get it done. Jameis actually had like a pretty good rookie year, and I don't think he was like too bad for the next couple of years after that.
With the Saints, he caught on a bit and then he got hurt.
Was it Hard Knocks that he was eating W's, or was that just a
That was just
clip?
a clip.
That was just a clip from.
Yeah, eating W's. On Hard Knocks, he was like I said, he like set the alarm for 4:30. Went into the warehouse. The warehouse was still kind of dark, but he was working on his throws.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And he's
that-
working on his tut-tut. I was like, oh, this guy's dedicated.
Yeah, you don't think that was for show?
JJ Watt got the best fake workout of all time on Hard Knocks.
It's like right in front of the sunset, like every time. Telling whoever was the rookie on the team that he goes to bed at 7:30. Like I get JJ's like the All-American, but like you lying. Will
JJ
you
Watt was
stop it?
telling them to do their prayers, eat their vitamins, and all that, like Hulk Hogan did.
He was literally Hulk Hogan in 1987.
I think that's when I started getting out on Hard Knocks.
Train,
I
say
didn't
your
wanna see
prayers,
the
eat your
Texans
bite.
again.
That he out there pushing a sled in slow motion with the sun setting behind him. Like, get out of here. Will you stop?
Now I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna find
It's
the list.
still all better than the first scene of the Cleveland Browns one. You remember the first scene of the Cleveland Browns one?
What happened?
Hugh Jackson's mom dies.
Why not laugh? That is not where. That is not how you want to start a show.
Well, that's inappropriate. Well,
not
your
how you wanna
response
start.
is inappropriate.
No, because I'm like, who thinks that this is how we should start the
Yeah,
show?
his mom dies, and it's like, wait a minute. And then all of a sudden, like, he's alone in his office crying. Like, what the hell are we
Bro.
watching?
Yo, who did that?
That's terrible.
The NFL/ESPN was on that like tragic stuff for a while. Because remember with the draft and stuff, they'd highlight the drafted players like
my
worst
God.
story that they could find.
Oh, there was a stretch. Remember the year they did remember the year Melo and Bron and Chris Paul and Dwayne Wade took the stage in the black
yeah,
suits and gave
yeah.
that speech. That was the most depressing ESPYs like ever. Like everything
That
was
was,
this
yeah.
horrible, tragic story.
Mhm.
And that was the same year that the same like stretch of like 2 years where the draft was, yeah, he's the number 2 pick in the draft, had a tremendous year at Alabama. His mom was run over by a semi truck when he was 3.
Goodness gracious.
What a comeback story for
Bro,
this young man.
They come with these stories, bro.
His
I tell you,
His
man.
dad's been in jail since he was 5. He was raised by his dyslexic cousin. It's like, Jesus Christ. What is this?
Oh man. So I'm on this I don't even know what this random website. They rank in the top 10 Hard Knock seasons. Let's see if you remember any of these. They're saying season 1. I didn't realize this was season 1. This was really good too. It was the Ravens.
Oh, that's 100%. It was the imitation of Shannon Sharp
That
made the
was
show.
Phenomenal.
If that doesn't happen, I don't think the show exists today.
Phenomenal. Number
It's
2.
still funny today, by the way.
No,
that
it's spot
that
on.
clip
like
pops up on TikTok or whatever. Like
Yeah,
I watch it. It's
every
funny
time,
to this day.
Every time. The next one, season 9. I think this is the one with Mike Smith with the Atlanta Falcons. Knew that wasn't going to end good. This was a good one from what I remember. Season 5, the Bengals. Do you remember anything about that?
Give me what year? What year? Does it have the year?
No.
Okay. Carson
No.
Palmer, I'm assuming.
Carson Palmer, Ocho Cinco was there.
Where did Ocho get cut? Was that Miami?
That was with Miami.
Oh,
Miami. That was
man.
tough. That was tough. I think the one thing I don't like about this one, if it's the same one, I think at the end of the first episode, this guy tears his Achilles, like the tight end or something like that. It's like, it's not good. See, next one is season 12. That's the Jameis year. That's up there on the list. I don't remember this one. Season
why?
3 with the Chiefs.
I don't remember that either.
Said it was voiced by Paul Rudd. Okay. This was Patrick. Wait, what? Oh, this is way before Patrick Mahomes. So there's that. Season 10 with the Texans. Probably trash.
That's the one.
The Texans might be the most boring franchise in the NFL.
Is that the one where DeAndre Hopkins is the season where he routed up D'Angelo Hall and D'Angelo Hall got hurt? Because remember they were talking trash to each other right before that.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. Every training camp, people have that video come up on the timeline. That's a classic. J.J. Watt and Jadeveon Clowney were returning from injury.
Mm-hmm.
And the QB battle with David Queensberry, emotional comeback attempt from cancer. I don't remember that. Season 11 with the Rams. I don't think I watched any
That
of
was
this.
Ryan Mallett and Brian Hoyer, if I remember correctly.
Whew. It's good knowledge by you.
Ryan Mallett.
Yeah, there's some. These are not memorable at all. There goes season 13. Hugh Jackson. Jeez, who thought about that? That is just so. That's
Was Ryan Mallett the guy that Bill O'Brien started? No, it wasn't. It was the Macho Man Tommy Savage.
Oh, Tommy Savage
Started him when Deshaun Watson was a rookie, started, if memory serves me correctly, started him 1 half in week 1 and got to halftime. Never mind. And Deshaun Watson. The Deshaun Watson
The
era.
Macho Man, Tommy Savage.
The Macho Man.
Yo, you guys got to see this because this.
And I think
was
Tommy Savage the one who was concussed, and like he got concussed in a game. They picked him up. He essentially fell down.
Oh,
and let
I
him
remember
keep
that was
playing.
against the
Wasn't
Niners.
that
I think.
him?
Well, no,
Was
they had
it-
a couple against them. Like they had a couple of these situations with the Texans.
That happened to another quarterback. Too. I can't
Yeah.
remember who.
So the one that happened to another quarterback was against the Niners. This one, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't remember.
Was one of them TJ Yates?
That could have been who it was.
TJ Yates.
I gotta show you guys something. Now, this is just I saw this because I'm looking at this list. Top Hard Knock seasons. Number 8. It just looks like clown behavior. I'm sorry, it does. Just I gotta show you guys. It just looks like clown behavior. Look at it. As a matter of fact, think about if you were a player on this team and your coach pulls up and you see him. You see him like this. Let me pull it up for you real quick. You know what I mean? You're there. Boom.
Look at KC working the features over there on the computer. I see it.
Mine is laggy though.
Oh, look at
There you go. Come on, man. Come on. That's your coach looking like that.
John Gruden. At some point, John Gruden stopped being John Gruden and started being Frank Caliendo impersonating John Gruden.
Come on, man.
Like he became an impersonation of himself.
Because he started doing all the facial expressions, all that after.
These super over exaggerated facial expressions.
Come on, man. This is my head coach. This is my head coach if I'm going out there and playing.
Has ESPN ever did more for someone's career than they did for John Gruden? Maybe
No.
Ray?
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That's it. That's the line I was thinking of. Knock on wood if you're with me.
Oh, who?
John Gruden.
That's right. That's right. That is.
Knock on wood if you're with me. Like, fam, what? Why? What are you doing? That's what you do to like first graders to make sure that they're paying attention. You really got to do that to your professional football team? It be exposing these guys. Nothing will ever be crazier to me than, I believe it was Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher coached the Rams. Jared Goff. They made Jared Goff look as stupid as possible.
Yeah, he did. Well, you say, how do we know if the sun is up?
Yeah. Wasn't good. It wasn't good. But you have the ability to like not air that stuff.
Exactly.
Like the coach.
That does not have to be on.
They're
the
like,
show.
I got an idea. Let's make our quarterback look as stupid as possible through this entire season.
Jeff Fisher's suspect, bro. I feel like he's the reason why Vince Young was out the league.
Suspect is an understatement.
Yeah. I absolutely believe that.
An absolute
And
understatement.
Jared Goff went to the Super Bowl and played really well with Detroit, getting away from Jeff Fisher.
Because you look at Vince Young's numbers and stuff, he was no scrub. That doesn't make sense why he just dropped off after.
Yeah, I'm looking at they changed allegedly changed rules after the shot Tommy Savage took.
That was vicious. I'm kind of surprised, and I'm just waiting for the day. They've been able to.
Yeah, that was against.
They've been able to duck it for a long time. The Niners are going to be on there someday.
He had that. What are the rules again?
I think
you
if you have a new head coach, that's one.
Yeah, they don't make you do it if you have a new head coach.
And if
you have to have missed the playoffs, right?
Yeah, to be on there, you have to miss the playoffs. So as long as if you keep making the playoff, but I don't know. I feel maybe it is almost.
If you've been on it the last decade, you don't have to be on it. If you've been in the postseason the last 2 seasons, you don't have to be on it. And if you have a new head coach, you don't have to be on it.
Well, they're gonna get us 1 year. because it's been a decade since and we haven't been on. So, or if you fit any of those criteria, I guess we just keep.
Wait,
making
the
playoffs.
49ers have been on it before?
No, they haven't.
Oh, they've never been on it
Yeah.
before. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't. Yeah.
They have their own show, brick by brick.
Well, that's all right. We got the run.
The run is dope.
The run is fire.
Brick by brick is fine too. I actually like all things the Niners do with their digital YouTube channel. Obviously, I mean it's Niners content, so I like it, but I think they do a good job.
Do teams get paid for this? I've never looked at that before. They don't get paid
I don't
for
think so.
Hard Knocks.
No, they make them do it pretty much. They just you have to.
NFL does, but
Yeah.
teams don't get paid for Hard Knocks.
Right.
I wouldn't want a camera following me around all day either. Hell, I get nervous being in front of a camera for 4
Well,
hours, and that's
you-
just on YouTube.
You're ready for it. Life at Odyssey is happening.
Well,
I think the players get fees for appearances on Hard Knocks.
Oh, okay.
Today on This Is Odyssey, they would have went into the confessional and Kim would have been talking about, you know what? I can't with these guys.
Bro, an Odyssey confessional would be wild. She's so sick of us. Kimberly's so sick of us. I think she put her headphones on. Like I'm just looking out and I can see the top of like the headphones. She put her Beats by Dre on and she ain't trying to hear from us.
The Odyssey confessional after something happened in the office.
Yeah, the Odyssey confessional would be wild. We could do this show. We could make our own version of the run.
The confessional would be in the Jay-Z room.
Imagine the confessional from the past year.
Oh, the confession. There'd be people finding out stuff that they just don't know. They just do not know. They'd be finding things out.
Hey, you know what I realized?
Get Leezy in here every day to film everything that's going on around us.
We were on Sports Sunday on Sunday. And
That checks out.
We were talking talking to Sarah and she's asking this question about the Niners and then she asked us about the Raiders and they were showing training camp footage. They're not in Napa. Are they in Vegas
The Raiders
doing training camp?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I think they're in Henderson or
Oh
something like
my
that.
gosh.
Yeah.
How does that work?
It's just hot.
Survival of the fittest.
Try not to die.
Bro,
Hey,
it's like 118 out there during training camp time.
You drop, you get cut.
could you tell your computer to stop breathing so heavy?
It's fighting for its life.
Your computer breathes so damn heavy.
Fighting for its life out here, man.
Man.
Just trying to hold on. I need to get one of them laptops like Complex. Complex had a nice laptop yesterday.
I think that's a company laptop. Just ask
I don't
Jonathan
think
for
so.
one.
I think it's an Apple. He had a MacBook.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. People running around
I
here
don't
with
want one of them
multiple
company
laptops.
ones.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know how to operate Windows. I don't know how to do
Damn.
that. I don't. It's hard enough operating on this screen in front of me. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that at all.
Yeah, but that tripped me out. I meant to mention that on the show. And I was like, I guess I had never thought about it. I thought maybe they were doing like the Cowboys thing, you know, Cowboys practicing or do training camp in LA or Southern California.
I thought they
I
should have
say.
stayed in Napa. They
I
would
thought
have
should
gotten
too.
they would have gotten a great turnout. It was
Yeah.
always the vibes were always immaculate.
Yeah, but no, they said let's be in Henderson.
Oh, all right.
Isn't
that where the dam is? Is that Henderson?
I don't know. They got an
Oh.
arena in Henderson though.
An arena?
Mhm.
What arena's in Henderson?
The Ignite play there. They have a minor league hockey team, and there's one of the basketball conference tournaments.
Man,
right
they
in
got
that
a
arena.
lot of arenas in the Vegas area.
It's a little like it's not big. It's a one level type deal, but it's nice. It's like it's probably like Stockton Arena, something like that.
Okay.
It looks nice. It's brand new.
All right, let's come back. We'll see if we can get Trista on tomorrow or Thursday. We know what we have coming up. We got Jason Jones on the way. Lots to talk to him about. Jason, the last time he was with us, was like, man, I got a ton of articles to write. He wasn't lying.
He wasn't fibbing.
And he dropped some dimes, man. He hit me in the memories with an article he must have dropped like right after the show last week. We'll talk to him about a variety of different things. And we've got game number 14 in the top 25 games of the Kings season. That's next. Here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Aces Practice Center in Henderson.
Henderson's really nice, actually.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Thanks, Aaron Rodgers.
Well, look at who's the Aaron Rodgers stand now. 17 minutes till the trade deadline.
I don't think we need a 3-hour special for the MLB trade deadline ever again.
Oh my God.
Like I said, it used to be so like interesting. It's not anymore
because people don't spend like that no more.
Yeah.
How wild is this country that every day you can get an alert that says former President Bush faces new criminal charges, and no, that dude's still gonna run for president and could win.
Oh, Trump! You said Bush.
Oh, did I say Bush?
Yeah.
What the hell did I say that?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
How is that possible?
Jail.
Like,
people are desensitized to it.
Shouldn't you be disqualified? Sir, you have like 9. If I had 10 open cases, I couldn't run for president.
Couldn't work.
Yeah, right. I couldn't work at Odyssey. But my man just, hey, run it back. That's hella funny, man. Kimberly over there with her headphones on.
She said, I'm not dealing with these guys today.
Idiots out here calling my name. Talking about Beyonce. Bruh, you ain't lying, and you think Trump is bad. Imagine 8 years of DeSantis. Shit, slavery might be back. Yeah, dude, get in for 8 years. Should be back in the fields. Ain't no lie. Ain't no lie. You got one dude who controls the whole damn Congress who I think had a stroke standing up talking to the media.
Bruh.
Need to get to a point where it's like, sir, you need to retire. Like, you're not fit to do this anymore. Yeah, Florida's a mess, man. Bless you. Oh, man. Cornell West. Yeah, he's something.
You guys excited at all for the Hall of Fame game on Thursday?
No.
I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, football's back, but after the first series, I'll turn it off.
No. I mean, normally no one even plays the first series in the Hall of Fame game. Who is it? It's the Jets and who?
The Browns.
Oh.
Zach Wilson season.
You know, I'm sitting here watching Drifty J games. There's nothing like basketball. Basketball gets such a big crowd for this is an AAU game. There's got to be 2,000 people surrounding the court watching this game. It's crazy.
Where'd you say it was?
On YouTube. They're in a AAU tournament in LA. And there's there's people, just massive amount of people surrounding this court watching the game. That doesn't happen with a baseball pickup game, a football 7-on-7.
There are a lot of baseball pickup games.
No, there should be.
Just in the Sandlot.
Let's go to the field, get it running.
They had when what's dude's name? Deontay Friga or whatever when he was at the park in Elk Grove. There was, like I said, probably like 1,500 people out there at that park just surrounding the court.
Jason Jones set to join us coming up about 30 minutes from now. We'll talk to him about a variety of subjects, including his two most recent pieces that he wrote for The Athletic. One of them really hit me in the emotional breadbasket, as I imagine Gorilla Monsoon would say. Sparked up some memories, man. We'll talk to him about that coming up again in about 30 minutes. But our series into the top 25 games of the Kings season continues. Controversy erupted following number 15 yesterday, where De'Aaron hit the "I'm effing nice" shot against the
moment.
Chicago Bulls. Absolutely. And now we settle in here to game number 14.
Game number 14 was about a week or so before the "I'm effing nice" game. And this one was at the Golden One Center. And it was in front of a national television audience as the NBA scrambled after the Kings put up 1 trillion points on a Friday night in Los Angeles. And they realized we don't have them on TV anymore.
Yeah.
They scrambled and found a game for them when they went up against the New York Knicks at the Golden One Center on, I think this was a Tuesday. Maybe it was a Thursday. It doesn't matter. Either way, TNT was in the house, and the Kings pulled out a heck of a victory. 122-117 over the New York Knicks. This was an exciting game. And now, here's where stories come in. We were there. It was electric in the Golden One Center.
It was.
People were turned up
They were.
to have. Now, this wasn't early in the season when we thought the Kings might be something. No, we've got 2 All-Stars. We've got 2 guys that we feel are MVP candidates. We got the best offense in the game right now. National TV coming here. And the crowd is back. The Kings fans are back. Come see us on full display. And it was lit.
18,000 plus in the Golden One Center that
It
night.
was lit at the Golden One Center that night. And it was a great game. It was a great game. It started out, looked like it was just going to be a coronation for the Kings.
Yeah.
Then that second quarter, they got up by as much as 20.
Yep.
But they just couldn't get a defensive rebound for the rest of the game.
Yeah, led by as many as 21, 69 first half points for the Sacramento Kings. And then they were outscored by the Knicks 31-22 in the third quarter. A rare, bad third quarter for Sacramento. But you talk about stories. There's 2 interesting notes I picked up from this game against the Knicks on March 9th. One, the post-game quote from De'Aaron Fox when being asked about, the run that the Knicks made. De'Aaron said, and this became a trend around March, maybe even late February. Well, this is what it's going to be like in the playoffs. Like, you're going to have to sustain runs, and it's going to be up to you to win close games, especially at home. It's like, okay. It's when the Kings, particularly De'Aaron Fox, he was the first to do it, started talking about the playoffs in absolutes. It stopped becoming if and started becoming when.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if you recall, the league was ramping up. Remember how
we're in March, things are ramping up.
Remember how tough things were going to be post All-Star break? Remember when everybody was going to turn on the effing Jets? And everyone, remember, it was everyone except Sacramento.
Yeah.
This win took the Sacramento Kings during this ramp-up period to 7-1. Following the All-Star break. 7-1.
Come on, man.
Those were two big stories coming out of this game too.
Yeah. It was a big time performance from the Kings. Like I said, in front of the national television crowd. And one of the things we're starting as we go through these games, I keep saying it, I'm going to continue to say it. There seems to be a common theme that happens in all these big wins and these big games. And this goes back to the question that I asked a couple of days ago, about a week or so ago. Who are the Kings' 3 best players? And oh, I forgot. I got to send you the graphic. But
I was just thinking of that. I just didn't say it out loud on the radio show.
But every time we do the graphics and I put, the top performers or whatever, yeah, you might get a Harrison Barnes in there. You might get a Herter. You might get a Keegan Murray. But more times than not, and this game is no different, it's Fox, Sabonis, and Monk. Fox, Sabonis, and Monk.
Yep.
Sabonis, Fox, and Monk. Sabonis, Monk, and Fox. Those 3 routinely show up as having some of the biggest games. And this one was no different. Absolutely no different. Let's start with Domantas Sabonis. 24 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. Now, he was only able to get that because it's the regular season and nobody games plans in the regular season. So that's the only reason why he was able to do something like that.
And one, he's just incredibly overrated.
Yeah.
And 2, it's not like the Knicks were fighting for anything, right? Like they weren't trying.
No.
They weren't trying to get their second half of the season or second part of the season going. They weren't trying to establish, seeding in the Eastern Conference or anything. So, really just another worthless triple-double, like his 13th one or whatever from the most overrated player in the league.
Just worthless.
Yeah.
And then you got De'Aaron Fox. 23 points, 7 assists on the night. And guess who was back?
That ain't it. Fourth quarter Fox.
I was just about to say, guess who was back?
Fourth quarter Fox.
Guess who showed up again?
So before you say the number, just so everyone gets can take yourself back into this moment. 23 points in the game. How many in the fourth?
I just lost. I had it.
It's
right
15.
Here.
He had 15 of his 23 in the fourth.
15 of his 23 in the fourth quarter. And he had some electric plays.
Go watch the NBA.com cut of this game, and every 7 seconds, Fox again, Fox to the back. He is taking over.
Look at this. This is one of my favorites right here. I'll pull this up for the people watching on the stream. This, we talked earlier about De'Aaron Fox and Duncan and all this other stuff. No, this is my one right here. Somehow splits the defense and then throws a hammer down. Oh my goodness, De'Aaron, don't do that to him. This is one of my favorite moves from this game. Obviously, he has that one. And then he's got the one later in the fourth quarter where come on, man. This was De'Aaron Fox saying, I'm here. The in and out cross on Josh Hart, finish at the bucket. Yeah. And I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody pissed De'Aaron Fox off in this game. Somebody said something on the Knicks bench that had him kind of hot because he was barking at the bench after that last bucket. He's just that dude, man. He's just that dude. And Josh Hart, this guy, he's about to get $75 million. He's credited with, helping that team get to the playoffs. That was one of the big moves they made all season long. He's a heck of a defender. He had no chance against De'Aaron Fox in that play. No chance. De'Aaron Fox doing his thing. Another situation, because Malik Monk ended up with 19 on the night. He only played 20 minutes in this game for whatever reason. Thought he could have played a little bit more. But he had 19.
It's an efficient 20 minutes.
I think he had, let me get in my notes. I think he had 14 in the second quarter. He was cooking. Malik was cooking in that second quarter.
19 for Malik in this game. 16 for Trey Lyles. They
big
scored
off the bench.
Yeah. Yeah, they were the primary scorers off the bench for the Sacramento Kings. Well, actually, outside of Davion Mitchell's 5, they were the only scorers off the bench as Chemezi Kessler-Edwards scored nothing in his 16 seconds. And Terrence Davis, who was the national media star, the last time they played a New York team on national television, he only played 5 minutes in this one. But 7 double-digit scores, all 5 starters, plus Malik and Trey. The most memorable moment of this game, though, for me, Mike Brown was pissed after this game. 23-6 offensive rebounding edge for the New York Knicks in this game.
That was wild.
23-6. How did they come back from a 21-point deficit? 23-6. 58-42 was the overall rebounding numbers for the Knicks and the Kings. 23-6, 58-42. Mike addressed those following the game, and we all recognized the moment. This is a perfect time for him to do it after a win. They got a little buzz following this win against the Knicks. Okay. What was the conversation in the playoffs?
Rebounding.
Offensive rebounds and rebounding. Mike was trying to address this in March. He was telling them, this is going to kill us later. And I guess it's one thing for your coach to say it and another thing for you to do something about it. But that's what stands out the most about this game to me, especially in hindsight, because of what happened against the Golden State Warriors. Mike on national television, everybody talking about the Kings. Hey, let's check in with Kings coach Mike Brown. Got to be feeling good after a Kings victory. Let's go to Mike Brown. My team's got a rebound. That's inexcusable. 23-6. Then you go back to the, primary NBA broadcast on television, and they're talking about Mike Brown calling out his team after a victory.
Yeah. I mean, he was right. It came back to get him in the worst possible moment. And this was kind of foreshadowing that a little bit. So they found a way to get it done. And look, to be honest with you, Brandy once told us, but, almost doesn't count. They almost got away with it in the playoffs. With all the rebounding concerns and all this other stuff, they almost got away with it in the playoffs. But the fact remains that they didn't.
Brandy also told us we're sitting on top of the world, which we will be on Thursday. When we tell you some things we've been working on.
Yeah.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's 3:03, which means the Major League Baseball trade deadline has officially passed, which means they could take this 3-hour show off of my damn television and put something else on.
And the Giants didn't do anything.
It's all right.
It's fine. Let's see what happens, man. I'm not counting them out. I just don't think. I think this group, who's done a great job up until this point, I feel like they've maximized what they can do, and they needed some help. And Farhan felt like they didn't. Farhan was
maybe he didn't. Maybe he did feel like they did and just couldn't.
Well, what's the story was they were in on Verlander?
Yeah,
ain't that what they
for like a second.
Yeah, like San Diego and San Francisco allegedly were.
So he's tried to get in there, but it's like, well, we have
don't do that.
The spreadsheet that says if we go into the Zwerg, then the Zwerg does not match up what we're trying to do here at Oracle Park, and the Zwerg is just one of the factors in whether or not we should go for this right-handed pitcher.
Have you ever heard Farhan talk?
He kind of talks like that.
I'm gonna find out.
It's gonna throw me off if we ever hear him. It doesn't sound like that. Farhan on the hot seat, though?
Yes, he's on the hot seat. They got to make the playoffs for him to keep his job. That doesn't even get him off the hot seat. He just gets to keep his job if they
aren't they kind of building something though this season? They got a lot of youngsters starting to come up.
He's done a good job with the farm system. Absolutely. Luciano obviously came up. Casey Smith, Patrick Bailey, my guy Luis Matos, Camilo Duvall. He gets credit for that as well. So yeah, he does good, but a lot of these guys are kind of fading. Now they're rookies, so it's their first time at the big leagues in a potential pennant race, and they may be struggling with that. But Casey Smith hasn't done anything since his third week in the league. At least at the plate. He's got a good glove, but he can't hit to save his life anymore. Luis Matos is my guy. I'm a big Matos fan, but he doesn't have the same power right now. Luciano just got his first hit of the season the other day.
Okay. That's great. All I want to just, what does this sound like?
Tell me I'm wrong.
Strain, you're usually talking about, a matter of weeks.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully it'll be on the shorter end, but we don't know.
All right.
We don't have a specific time.
Okay. Okay. That's not bad.
This is Casey's most spot on impression now.
It's not. It's not.
Let's see which one is Farhan and which one is Kenny.
It's not the worst.
We come in here and we have the same plan that we have as a Zberg, and the Zberg does not meet the same criteria that we try to have for the right-handed pitchers. So we had to go to the Zberg, and that's where you go with the left-handed pitchers.
If you make that voice a little deeper, that's him.
Specific level on it.
You need to give longer answers.
It felt a lot further away when people first started writing about it 2-3 weeks ago, but now it's just around the corner once things pick up after the All.
I got it. Okay. All right. I won't question it again. Yeah, not bad. It's kind of right there. Okay.
Did you know he talked like that?
I had heard him before. I didn't. That's more of a nerd voice, just a general nerd voice. But lo and behold,
you're just making. You're barely using words though. You're just making like sounds.
That's the stats.
Warp.
That's the stats.
Room.
Farhan and Doc Rivers is two best impressions now.
Yeah, that's solid work.
Draymond ain't up there.
Draymond's solid.
Draymond's okay. I think Chris Broussard is funnier than Chris Broussard is better than Draymond. Chris Broussard's better than Draymond. Sure.
What about Shaq?
No, Shaq's okay. It's all right.
Ultimate.
Damn it, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shaq is elite.
No, I know.
You wouldn't know about that because you haven't won any championships.
Thank you, Shaq.
When you come over here and you know what a championship win is about, then you know. That's how you got to sound when you talk about Shaq.
Thank you, Shaq.
I'm only talking
Please
about
stop.
Ernie.
Okay.
Ernie, don't do that. Don't do that, Ernie. Don't do that.
Ultimate Warrior's underrated too.
No, the Ultimate Warrior one is kind of funny too. Ultimate Warrior one is kind of funny too.
I won't do that for the radio people. I won't do that too.
Because it's really just like yelling. That's pretty much all that it is.
Oh, Math one. That used to be one of my favorite. Now my voice has changed since I've become an older adult, but 50 used to be the one. Coming out here, D-Lo KC, you already know the vibes. We talking G Unit out here, baby.
Hey, 50. Who's your favorite king?
Oh, my favorite king is definitely Alex. I love Alex. I love Alex.
That's low key. The funniest part is he just says Alex. Like he's just oh, that's my guy. I love Alex.
My guy Alex, because you never really know like if he's coming or going. You don't know how he's feeling, but he doesn't never really show you. But Alex is definitely my favorite.
All right, now the Chatty House is essentially just pulling your string, trying to get you to do an impression. Dr. David brings up Cajun Kenny. No, Cajun Kenny is solid.
Hey, B-Lo and JC out here, baby. You already know what it is.
Just our own
We're doing our thing
puppet,
from noon to 4, baby. You know what it is. Hey, LSU Tigers, they coming up here. We did our thing in baseball. We about to do the same thing on the gridiron. Go Tigers out here. The Saints, they better get it together. Hey, Derek Carr, you're coming here to the Bayou, baby. You coming to the Bayou, you better be ready to go. Because if you ain't ready to go, we run you right out of the Superdome. Zion, you coming back. Don't worry about the Mariah Mills. We got everything taken care of for you out here. Brandon Ingram be back here. And Valanciunas. Hey, G-Lo, they said Valanciunas was one of the most overrated players in basketball. Can we do a segment on that? Because that's far from the truth. They don't be watching basketball. They saying Valanciunas is one of the most overrated players in basketball. Because I tell you, I see him every day. And he do what he do, baby.
It's not the impressions, is that they don't stop. Like they just go on for a really, really long time.
This is why we're number 1 and 2.
It really is why we're number 1 and 2. And you heard that sentence correctly. We are the top sports show in the market, and also the second top sports show in the market. Only team that could beat D-Lo and KC is, in fact, D-Lo and KC.
Well, we look in the mirror. Our only opponent.
D-Mac's 100% right. We really missed Krista today. So one thing goes wrong and everything goes to hell.
Come on, man. Let's get a Macho Man real quick.
No, I cannot hit the Macho Man the way Damian gets the Macho Man.
It's not even a good impression. It just makes you laugh.
It's spot on. It's
not. It's just, you just talk a little bit different. It's the way first name Macho, last name Man. You just accentuate certain words. You go a little low, and then you bring it high. See, it's not a good impression.
It is. That's exactly how it sounds with the cadence and all that. It goes from low to high to low to high.
That's exactly how he does.
I flied with the eagles and I'd slithered with the snakes.
You know who does good Macho Man impersonation is Jake the Snake.
He does a good Macho Man.
Yeah, he tells the story of when I guess his snake or whatever had to bite Macho Man, and Macho Man's like, "Nah, have it bite you first, so I know you're not trying to poison me."
I've heard him tell that story. Yo, when that cobra bit Macho Man, that was wild. That thing just gnawed at his arm right now.
That's wild. Yo, it brought blood and everything.
Oh,
just,
the whole thing.
Try to take him out. Oh, that reminds me. Was Cody's documentary, was that the second episode of Icons?
No,
That and The Rock. That's what I'm waiting on.
The Rock's here. Oh, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. I thought you meant Odyssey's The Rock.
I'm not going anywhere.
I saw this picture. Are you familiar? You should be. This is one of the great movies of all time, to be honest with you. A Bronx Tale.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, one of the great movies of all time. They have a recent photo of her name isn't Keisha because her name is Keisha in Belly, but whatever her name was in that movie and the lead character, they got a current picture of them, and the guy kind of looks like a smaller version of The Rock. Yeah, I gotta find that and show it to you. I was on Facebook today. I saw it on Facebook and I was like, look at him, he kind of looks like The Rock.
Okay,
but not. The Rock. I was watching that Rivals.
What the hell is The Rock? What is he doing right now?
What is he doing right now? Probably another season of Young Rock.
Lazy. No, that show got canceled.
Oh,
I think he's preparing the presidential campaign.
Does he do another Fast and Furious?
Oh, I think he is doing that because I think he was in the. I don't know what number
10,
they're on,
11.
but when they did the post credits, I think he was in it.
He showed up. Yeah, I got you.
So maybe you're right. Maybe that's what he's doing. Will John Cena and The Rock be in the same Fast and the Furious?
Only if The Rock gets to beat his ass. Rock ain't losing the scene.
I think it was what's his boy's name in Hobbs and Shaw? It was Is it Jason Statham?
Yeah.
I don't know that this is true, but I've read that some action stars have it written in their contracts when they do movies, they can only get hit certain amount of times. Almost like wrestling, where if I'm going to do this, I have to be the one that goes over.
I believe it.
I can believe that too. Yeah, that was good too. Their little spinoff,
Hobbs and Shaw.
That was good, and Idris Elba did.
Idris is that dude.
Imagine The Rock walks off set because he didn't want a job to Tyrese or something.
I saw.
Are they about to be all back together?
Yeah, I think so.
They got to do an interview. I gotta do an interview.
There's a meme out there that I saw. It said something like every black person can relate the first time they found out Idris Elba wasn't from Baltimore. I remember the first time I heard Idris Elba talk, I was like, what is Stringer Bell doing?
That's like Spencer, an All-American.
Right. Yeah.
Famous.
Get Out. Daniel.
Oh, I forgot his.
Yeah.
Forgot his name.
Yeah. Him too.
Yeah. With Snowfall. His name's Damson Idris, right? He's from the UK too.
Damson. They said he was Idris Elba's brother.
They did.
So I don't know. I don't remember what outlet said that. One of the UK outlets said that he was Idris Elba's brother. Look, wait a minute. His last name is Idris's first name. You thought they were brothers?
They tried to link them up just from the name in general.
Wild.
Who cares about the placement?
Wow, this whole show has really gotten away from us.
Blame Trista.
There's a where I don't know where the message went earlier, but it said something like, "It's hilarious to think that Trista Crick was going to be the one to get this show back on track." Well, I know we've got some things to talk to our man Jason Jones about, some things that I'm excited to talk to him about, as he's got a couple of great pieces over on The Athletic. So we'll have some fun with our man Jason Jones when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm just out here pulling strings. Pulling strings.
Do you think James ever finished Snowfall? Remember he was watching that?
Oh, I don't know.
Probably.
You know what's very rewatchable is Insecure.
Mm.
Insecure is very, very rewatchable.
I feel like Breaking Bad's a good rewatchable show too.
I've never tried it. I watched it the one time and never revisited it. I haven't watched a ton of series. I've watched The Wire a second time. I've watched Power.
I still gotta watch The Wire.
Yeah, The Wire's it.
That's
Hijacked is dope. Hijack is
The Wire,
good.
When I went back and rewatched it, I don't know, the scene that always gets me on The Wire is when season 1, when they came into the hood and they start roughing stuff up and police was talking crazy. Like, yeah, we know y'all out here, we're here, whatever. And they breaking like lights on people's cars and everything, and they talking tough. All of a sudden, bottles start flying from the top of the projects and TVs, and they said, nah.
They threw a TV down.
They said, nah, that's not how it rolls in this neighborhood. That was one of the coldest scenes.
When that TV came falling down, that was comedy.
Because they tried to do the normal little cop thing,
mm-hmm.
and then people said, nah, we ain't doing that.
Sopranos, that's a show I don't think it's really rewatchable.
No, I don't think so either.
I've tried, but I don't watch it back like I do.
There's it's not popular to talk about, but there's a lot of slow moments in The Sopranos. A lot. I like it. It's good. I'll never criticize that show. I think it's very good. There's moments where it's like this is a 60-minute episode and they didn't advance shit. Like they did not advance anything.
This fool. I have Drifty J up on my iPad, and he had this whole video where he this is stupid, where he snuck into a girls' AAU tournament. Just run around dunking on these little middle school girls. They're probably in high school.
Yeah, I'm with Katrina. I didn't even think Ramsey watched TV. If there wasn't a game on, I just assumed
maybe watching the games, man. Maybe on the games.
It's a good one, Ramsey. I'm actually trying to finish Homeland as we speak because I had started it and then I just stopped, and now I'm trying to finish it. I think I'm on like 6, 7, can't remember. Yeah, Billions is back, and so is my boy. He's back on the show after a season or two away.
Who's that?
I think his name's Damian Lewis. He was the same guy who was on Homeland for a few seasons, but he was the main character. He left for a while because his wife was sick, and I think she passed.
Oh, jeez.
So I guess he's back now for this season. Carrie, I think that's Claire Danes. Her ugly cry, like a battle between her ugly cry and Kerry Washington's ugly cry. No. Oh man, that's a 60-minute Iron Man match right there. Because they be ugly crying. Ray Donovan was another one I didn't finish. Like I tried. My man Io was really big into Ray Donovan. I never finished it. The NFL will air the first ever Nickelodeon Super Bowl this year. the Nickelodeon broadcast has become very, very popular during the NFL season. And so for the first time, they'll have an alternate broadcast on Nickelodeon for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Now, I believe they're doing one around the Chiefs Raiders game as well.
Okay.
Near the I think around Christmas time. I don't know if it's Christmas Day, but it's Christmas time. But yeah, the Nickelodeon broadcast was something that's gone over super well over the last couple of seasons. So they're finally doing an alternate broadcast for that station.
I've never watched one. I remember when the Niners and the Cowboys played 2 years ago in the playoffs. It was a big it was a Nickelodeon game. And I recorded it, and I meant to go back and watch it, but I never did. But a lot of people who watched that one, I think the first one was like Saints Bears in the playoffs the year before, and they said it was pretty cool. So they actually, like the NFL and Nickelodeon, when they collab, they do a good job with that. They have like a weekly show as well that they do a good job with, for the kids and stuff like that. So
I'm sure it has.
stuff.
I'm guessing it has something to do with CBS because I think CBS and Nickelodeon are the same company. So it's probably not something they can do every year. But whenever CBS has the Super Bowl, I guess they could choose to do this if they wanted to. But it seems to be something that got
why not?
Yeah, exactly. Just having the Super Bowl on more TVs isn't going to hurt anybody. And creating an entirely different broadcast is a good idea.
The only thing you're going up against is the Puppy Bowl.
Oh, Puppy Bowl. Yeah.
Puppy Bowl do numbers.
They do.
Hey, we real quick before Jason gets here. Well, we could talk to Jason about it too. But I saw another clip of Heyman not Heyman.
Roman.
Paul Heyman on First Take, and there was the Bobby Heenan one where he said, "Screw him, he's dead" or whatever. And somebody brought up a great point. And I think they're 100% right. They're like, Bobby is probably smiling from heaven.
Oh yeah.
With this.
Oh,
like,
100%.
For like people who don't watch wrestling, will be like, "Yo, that's kind of
Yeah.
you're doing too much." They're like, no,
Yeah.
Bobby's
cackling.
excellent.
Did you ever see Bobby's his Hall of Fame speech?
I didn't.
Go watch it. Like it's probably lengthy, but it really is incredible. He's battling throat cancer. Like when Bobby died, like his jaw was removed. Like he had battled for a really, really long time. Like amazingly, one of the things that made Bobby great was his talking. His last few years, like he couldn't talk. But his voice is very, very different in the speech because he's he had been dealing with cancer. But it is it's phenomenal. It's hilarious. Most Hall of Fame speeches are very boring. They suck. Like it's not worth watching. But Bobby's is really good.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out for sure because now I'm seeing Paul Heyman all day. It's got me nostalgic for Bobby Heenan.
There's a clip. I don't know if it's a reel, a TikTok, but I know it's like a YouTube short. So I'm assuming they posted it everywhere. That is Stephen A. with the two belts over his shoulders, which is hilarious because they created a new belt to get rid of the two. And now Roman just walks around with three of them. He just walks around with 3 titles. But Stephen A.'s got the two belts over his shoulders and he's standing next to Paul Heyman. And he's talking about how he's going to be a WWE manager one day and how Paul Heyman has taught him everything and he's going to be the guy. And Paul's facial expressions are just flawless through the entire thing.
Stephen A. would do a good job, I think, if he did a WrestleMania thing.
You know what the problem is, though? In terms of being like a manager, he's too big.
Oh.
He's too tall.
Yeah,
he's like he can't you can't. Like he can't be bigger than Cody, or it doesn't work. Like he's a pretty big dude.
You know what I noticed? I don't know if you saw this. So after the fight on Saturday, Stephen A. was there. They had him interviewing Bud Crawford in his locker room, and they changed the camera. The camera was going up because Bud's like 5'8". Like some people forget this because they're on stage essentially, like in the ring and. The cameras, they don't look as small as they are, but I tell the story all the time is I saw Adrian Broner in the elevator one time. I was like, this little guy is supposed to be some kind of feared man. He's like 5'6" or something like that, and 140 pounds. I'm like, this is the guy I see on TV all the time. So Stephen A was interviewing, and I just kind of noticed when they were doing it, they're doing like an upshot a little bit because if they did it straight on, I mean,
well, it makes you look bigger
it make
than you.
Bud look like a little dude.
If you look, since you're on the nostalgia vibe, go back and look at like the old Andre the Giant videos. They shoot him with the camera like down on the floor and it shoots up. So a dude who's already 7 feet tall, it makes him look substantially bigger. There's a famous video of Andre standing next to Vince McMahon, and Andre has his hand sitting on top of Vince's shoulder. This is from like the early 80s. Andre's on a box.
Oh man.
Vince always wanted to make him look bigger than he really was. And Vince is a pretty big dude.
Yeah.
And Andre's size has always been exaggerated.
Yeah.
So they brought out a box for Andre to stand on. And so
That's a great job by them.
He looks incredibly, he looks like a giant.
Yeah.
But he could step off the box and go, oh, he's clearly bigger than Vince.
In actuality, he's the size of DeMontis Sabonis.
He might be shorter. He might be shorter than
Trey Lyles.
Yeah. The funny thing is, the dude who did the I think it's Jason Hare, the dude who did the Andre documentary, he couldn't find out how tall Andre was. And then there's the famous picture of Wilt Chamberlain and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Andre, where it's like Andre's damn near the smallest person here. We welcome in our man Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jay, you left us last week talking about all the work you had to do over at The Athletic. And man, since we were talking about Paul Heyman and we were talking about Roman Reigns here, you just had a conversation with O'Shea Jackson Jr., who's a huge wrestling fan. He talked about Roman Reigns. We asked earlier, it's always been definitive who the best manager is in the history of wrestling. Is the conversation changed now? Is there a new greatest manager in the history of wrestling?
Is it the greatest manager in the history of wrestling? Heyman's got to be up there.
It's Heyman or it's Bobby Heenan.
Yeah, I think it's a two.
And to me, I think it's Heyman now.
Yeah, I'd rock with that.
I think Heyman's the guy, whether you call him an advocate or a wise man or an agent, like he's the dude.
I think he is number one. But the thing I would always say about Bobby Heenan, when I was talking about earlier, is he was so good. It was Hogan versus Heenan. It wasn't Hogan versus whoever it was at the time, Mr. Perfect or whoever he was managing. That was just a character. It was always Hogan versus Heenan. That's how good Heenan was.
Yeah, I mean, Heenan was great on the mic. I think one of what makes, to me, Paul different is that Paul's been with some guys who were great on the mic too, and still been able to like be Paul Heyman. I mean, Roman's gotten way better. CM Punk, I mean, CM could drop some promos, and then you just look at. I think I'm probably also kind of biased because I was a big ECW fan. So, I mean, I always kind of lump all of that in there with Paul. But, yeah, I just think once you add Paul Heyman, now that you add him to the mix with anyone, it completely changes their character. I just think
Jay got a
Andre
shot this weekend?
Do
you think Jay got a shot this weekend?
No.
Oh.
I think he's winning this weekend.
I don't think
he's winning this week. I think he's winning just because that's the way it should go. And then also, he ain't on the SmackDown promo, or Roman isn't on the SmackDown promo.
Well, here.
Yeah, SmackDown.
Well, that doesn't matter. Like he's at the point where he doesn't work every week.
Jay winning. Jay winning. Hey, no votes for Slick?
No.
No.
Slick did manage. He wanted to manage the first black heavyweight champion of all time, Akeem the African Dream, but it didn't quite work out.
Hart can be up there, you know. You start going way back in the day, you know, J.J. Dillon, but he really only had one stable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, ain't no. You can't have Roman beat Cody Rhodes in WrestleMania and then lose to Jey Uso. He can't lose his title to a tag team guy.
It's Jay.
You can if Solo turns on him and goes with his brothers.
I guess so. Yeah, I just don't see it happening.
I don't think it happens either, but I can see the story. I could see it. I could see it working. I don't think it happens, but I can see it working.
I would go so far as to say they would have fumbled this whole thing if it doesn't happen.
Okay, that's extra.
They've been working for 3 months on this particular finale. They've
been working for the breakup.
The breakup's already happened. Breakup's done.
But the breakup is probably the finale. This is just a
so
piece
Roman
of it.
wins again even after the breakup?
Probably.
Well, the breakup hasn't happened because Solo's still there.
Mm. The way that happens is Solo.
That's what you could do. That's how you get out of it.
Unless Jimmy comes back and he tries to help Jay and he accidentally super kicks Jay and then Jay gets speared. Then you got more family chaos, and there's got to be another member of the family.
I was gonna say there's like a fourth. Doesn't Superfly have a son somewhere?
There's got to be someone else who shows up, or Rikishi comes down there to put his.
Wait a minute,
check.
That's Tamina. That's Tamina.
Nyla Jax returns. Like the whole.
No.
I mean, there's going to be something. There's just not going to there's going to be something.
You hit me right in the feels last week with the Reggie Lewis article. That story has always stood out to me like so much because for some reason I remember exactly where I was when I found out like Reggie Lewis died. Like y'all, like you and Deuce, you guys grew up listening to sports talk radio and calling in, and I grew up listening to Davey D and Ebro. And I remember when Davey on 102.5 came on and said that Reggie Lewis died. And I was like, yo, wow. Like that's where like I had really started to get into a vibe as a basketball fan. And I just remember being stunned that a professional basketball player that I knew and liked died. And man, the conversation that you had with D Brown, man, that was great stuff. I think it was the 30th anniversary.
Yeah, 30th anniversary. Yeah,
and that was great stuff.
Yeah, and for D, it was just a crazy couple of days because just that I talked to D the morning the Bronny James stuff came out.
Oh,
so he was just like, man, you see that he's already thinking about Reggie. And me growing up in LA, we had Hank Gathers happen. So it was just like, and then he said, you take it back to Boston. Remember, they lost Len Bias. And then you think you've got your next guy with Reggie. You lose Reggie. And me and D were saying in the conversation, this wasn't like today's NBA where you could just clear a bunch of cap space and say, okay, let me go ahead and get someone. Like, he had 12 spots. There was no two-way contract. There was no G League. You couldn't just he said there was no plan for, okay, we're going to lose Reggie Lewis like this. There was no plan for that. And he said it really, I know D, he even said in the article, like, he was supposed to be a role player, basically. He said he ended up having to be like the best player. And he was just like, that just he wonders how his career would have gone if he was playing alongside Reggie. And the way it ended up going, D ended up playing with a bunch of guys, a lot of guys not in the league anymore. The Celtics go through a bunch of coaches. They go through the whole Rick Pitino thing. They think they're going to get the number 1 pick, and they get like the worst possible scenario in the lottery they could get. It just really set them. I mean, they didn't get another star in the draft till Paul Pierce. And even then, they wanted to run Paul out of town until they got KG and Ray out there with him.
Yeah. I vaguely remember. I remember the moment, obviously, but I don't remember the player. For people like myself, maybe even younger like Jesse, how good was Reggie Lewis? Like, where would you? Who's comparable to him today?
I asked D that, and D was like, he said that in terms of where he could score, he said first off he hates comparisons. He said it's because it was a different era, different style of ball. Reggie would kill you in the 2-man game. No, not 2-man, the mid-range game. But he said in terms of just the variety of moves, he he likened him to Durant. Obviously, Durant's way taller, and Durant is Durant. But he just said this: he had a variety of ways he could score. He was a two-way player, played defense. He was, a 6'7" guard. And and D was like, if Reggie would have had the chance to finish his career, he said he thought Reggie was better than Mitch, better than Reggie Miller, better than a lot. He would have been better than a lot of guys.
He averaged his second year, 18, when he really started getting minutes and playing games, 18.5 points per game, went to 17, 18.7. And then the final 2 years of his career, he averaged 20.8 points per game.
Don't forget that playoff with 90, that playoff series where Bird was hurt a lot. And, that was Reggie. Reggie averaged about 29 in the playoffs that year.
We kind of and these are men who had families, and they were more than just basketball players. So I hope it doesn't get taken the wrong way, or no disrespect to nobody, but Reggie Lewis and Ricky Berry, it feels like we were cheated from two possible really good ball players in this league's history, with just untimely deaths, tragic situations. Len Bias as well. Len Bias as well, obviously. But man, these were guys that potentially could have been greats that we didn't get an opportunity to see play.
Yeah, throw Hank Gathers in there. We don't know what would have happened with Hank if he had lived. I mean, it's like they said, it was just nothing you can really do. It's just sometimes life happens, and and they said Reggie's death really shook that franchise in a way that because they were still kind of trying to get over the fact they lost Len Bias the way they did. So it wasn't there had been time, but everyone deals with their mourning differently, and then when just hey, he was working out. What do you mean he was working out? And it's and they tried to it was just he said it was just a rough time. Like for D to say he had basically one of his best years of his career that next season, he doesn't remember it. He has to watch video to remind himself how he played that year. He just doesn't remember because the whole franchise was basically in a fog.
That's tough.
Yeah, it was. And for those that didn't get the comp, I probably did a bad job of setting this up because this was 30 years ago. Like Jesse's a Celtics fan. He may not even know this Reggie Lewis story. Reggie died during a workout from sudden cardiac arrest. That was the Bronny James tie-in that Jason mentioned a few moments ago.
Sorry, but that was after a few months earlier in a playoff game.
Yeah, so that was weird. Like everyone knows that I think most people know 30 for 30s have been done on the Hank Gathers thing where I think the first time he like basically fainted at the free throw line, kind of like gathered himself, got back up. The next time he was backpedaling and died. Like he went down, like he died. Yeah. And Reggie's in the playoff game was so weird because it looked like he fell. Like he kind of like slipped forward, like almost like he was tired. Like he was running down the court and he like starts to slow down and he takes these like weird steps, goes to the ground. He's never like really down. He goes to the ground and he kind of sitting there for a minute like, what the hell just happened? And then he gets up and that's where they learn he has some sort of heart thing. And then of course that leads to July 27th.
Yeah.
But great story, man. Just really, really great work. I caught it. I feel like it dropped like as soon as we got done talking. And it stood out to us. You were talking about that you had you had a lot of articles getting ready to post for The Athletic. Then you had this one with O'Shea, and then the one that dropped with O'Shea earlier. Man, this is great stuff, man. You're cooking over there at The Athletic.
I'm trying, it's I got some more stuff working on SummerSlam weekend. So got some stuff coming, some hip hop related stuff coming after that. So they got me, I'm all over the place right now.
The 50th anniversary is coming up next Friday.
Yeah.
When the 50th anniversary of hip hop, when do you know like the moment you fell in love with hip hop?
Being the like little mischievous into things I shouldn't have been listening to kid I was, I think the like my very early memories of hip hop was listening to 2 Live Crew with my cousins.
Oh my! Oh my!
Got a hold of some 2 Live Crew and some Slick Rick.
Oh man.
Okay.
And some Houdini, and I was like, "This is amazing!" And they're rhyming and they're saying stuff I'm not supposed to say. And I learned one Houdini song and went back to my mom's house. She says, "You're a what? You do what after every show?" And I was like, "Oh, I ain't supposed to be saying this." I had to be like 7 or 8. Yeah. So my mom was like, "Who taught you that song?"
Yeah, Houdini and 2 Live Crew are not the same thing. Like,
Yeah,
those
but
are 2 very different spectrums.
when you learn a song called "I'm a Hoe"
well, that's.
I don't think my mom wanted her son going into the 3rd, 4th grade singing that.
Probably not.
I rocked 3 different freaks after every show. That was not age appropriate at all. But
oh man,
I was hooked. And then you started getting into the videos. But then musically, like my early like was probably Ice-T.
Okay.
Ice-T. Then NWA, and I would sneak and listen to my mom's Public Enemy tapes. So I heard "It Takes a Nation, a Million to Hold It." I heard that, and I was like, "This is the greatest stuff ever." I'm like, it's music, but I'm like learning, and it's smart, and yeah. So I was hooked. About 87, 88, I was all in on hip hop.
How was it? Talking to Ice Cube's son and just taking a step back and looking at what he's carved out in his life for his career, where he is an actor and he's really into sports and he does some sports commentary and he's created a lot of lanes for himself, and it's good to see because usually kids who have famous parents like that, they kind of get lost in the shuffle, especially like in the hip hop community and things like that. But he's carved out his own little space to create his own career outside of just being Ice Cube's son.
Yeah, he's like a ball of energy. He just like, I don't know if I've ever seen him calm. He just goes, and what did he say? He says his mom was pregnant with him at rap concerts, so that probably explains why he's always full of energy. But yeah, it's kind of see how hip hop brand has branched out. Like, I know when I was a kid, we couldn't even imagine like rappers being old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's he gonna do when he's 30? It was like, like the idea of someone being 50 rapping going on tour, you'd be like, that's not gonna happen. So it's been kind of cool to see like the kids of rappers, and then you start watching college football, you start seeing Cameron play, someone named Cameron, Raekwon, and so you start to really kind of see the influence across sports. And remember a time when sports, didn't embrace hip hop at all. When David Stern, pretty much let Allen Iverson know we're not cool. We're not cool with this. They're covering his tattoos, and so now it's just weird that you really can't do sports without hip hop unless you're baseball, I guess. But
that even they're trying.
They're trying. So I just think it's. The LA Kings, they have Snoop Dogg night or something like every year.
Snoop's into hockey, right? Didn't he try to buy a hockey?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's everywhere now. But it's just a trip now that like my kids, they don't. I have to tell them that LL Cool J and Ice Cube are not just actors; they actually did music. They're like, that guy made music. They can't. They see all these other guys like there's a generation who thinks Method Man is just the dude from Power.
Yeah, that's for real.
Yeah, so to me, it's cool to see that hip hop has been able to grow, expand, and I actually wrote a thesis about that for my undergrad degree. That was my thesis about where's hip hop going like in 20 years. And I predicted that. I think my thesis was that you're going to start seeing the commercialization of what was known as gangster rap even more so, and that will allow these artists to start going into more movies and non-traditional hip hop areas. And I mean, the RZA like was doing like meditation stuff. Like you can go on there and like listen to him give you guided meditation, which is crazy. some of the things that RZA said in '94, and like now he's telling us to relax and breathe. And yeah, so I mean, hip hop's everywhere, and I love it.
Yeah.
Q, I know Q been a little funny lately, but one thing that's really dope, like him and Kim, his wife, they've been together for like 31 years. They've been together a really long time. And that's you talk about not normal in hip hop. That's not normal in life.
LL and his wife been together for a long time.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, and you know, but LL stayed together, even though he had to write that. He wrote the book telling all his personal business.
Well,
no. Cube ain't been crazy enough to do nothing like that. Like, yeah, go ahead. You know, one night on, like, no, don't do that. But it's talk about it. Yeah, that means like, you know, he was rapping about Kim in '92.
Yeah. By the way, y'all bullied 50 Cent into losing weight. Did you see 50 Method Man, who looks phenomenal? Luda and like a I think
Wiz Khalifa,
that's right. Men's Health, Men's Fitness, something like that. And I saw 50, I was like, oh, okay. I mean, he's not the cover of, you know, Massacre, but that was photoshopped. But he looks good. Like y'all made fun of him enough to he's like, oh, I'm gonna get in shape.
He's like, yeah, go ahead and get back in the gym. You know, y'all made fun of me at the Super Bowl. Like I said, hip hop's everywhere. They got, you know, fitness hip hop now, and
he's going on that tour. He knew he was like, this ain't gonna work. He going on that Get Rich or Dying tour. He's like, I gotta get in shape.
Yeah, I can't be in a tank top looking like Jay Jones out there. Let me go ahead and just get this thing right. It's like I said, it's just crazy to me, you know, like seeing Snoop Dogg as like the uncle of America.
Yeah, wild.
And I think Snoop was probably one of the most, you know, this is remind hip hop, one of the most famous people in the world.
Yeah.
Like my kids are like, oh, we love Snoop Dogg. I'm like, why do you love Snoop Dogg? They're like, oh, he's so funny. Look at his commercials. And I'm like, that's the murder of the case. Was the case, dude? Like, you couldn't have told us back in '93 Snoop would be like the most. This man has done like literally everything, like movies, clothes, adult films, everything. And either way,
he brought us Soul Plane.
Yeah, he brought. I love Soul Plane. I love terrible movies because I'm like,
it's awful.
I love movies like that because I don't watch a movie generally to be educated. I really want to just like space out and just like laugh at this foolishness. And that movie served it up on a platter for me. Like, send me all your bad movies. I'll watch it. Like, that's why I love Tubi. Send me all your bad movies.
Tubi is wild.
One of the greatest things. The greatest things about Soul Plane. If you went to the right barbershop, you got it like 2.5 years before it hit the theater.
I was circulating
like
for a while.
That was out there, and all of a sudden, oh, it's hit. I was like, is this part 2?
Yeah, it's like everyone had seen it. Like, yeah.
And now Snoop is now he's with Jack in the Box.
No.
Yeah, he got his own. Yeah. He had to do that thing. Anything that's like related to the munchies, of course, he's gonna have like a munchie box. That's no shock. I mean, him before it was Lamar Odom with Taco Bell. So I mean, all those guys are gonna get their endorsements off with the I call it the munchie adjacent type endorsements.
Well,
I won't say why I'm hungry, but somehow a chicken sandwich, fries, and a brownie all make sense.
Well, most of them got their own strands now.
Yeah,
maybe you can't advertise that on a Jack in the Box commercial,
right.
but
you can't
like
see that during the NBA Finals.
Rick Ross got his own strand. Like these guys got their own.
A few former players have their own. Athletes have their own strands now.
Gary Payton got a right. Is it
one? Yeah, don't Webb have his own too?
Yeah, Webb's teaching courses on weed, isn't he?
These people, I'm not proficient in it, but I got people around me who are, and it always cracks me up. So a lot of this happened because they be having the names, like the people who make it be having the names. They're like, oh yeah, you got that Larry Bird. I said, why you put Larry Bird's name in here?
Yeah, they do have a Larry Bird. They have a Larry Bird. I've seen the Larry Bird. I'm like, man, they smoking on Larry Bird, man. They're smoking on the French. The hick from French Lick. I can't believe it. What a time to be alive. Who would have ever thought in 1980 something you'd be smoking Larry Bird?
I'm gonna ask Jerry Reynolds next time I see him. Hey, Jerry, what you know about that Larry Bird? Jerry, what you know about that Larry Bird, Jerry?
Oh my! I want to be there for that conversation. He's like, what does Larry know about this? Larry's got what?
Right.
Find out Larry licensed his name. What you talking about? I've been ahead of the curve.
Get on this, man.
Where's that Brad?
What you think I'm going out of them fields in Indiana?
Yeah, where's that Brad Miller though? I need that Brad Miller.
Oh, I don't know that I can handle the Brad Miller. I don't know that I can handle the Brad Miller strand.
Brad, I can neither confirm nor deny that Brad was chilling after game 2. Just in Coco.
Hey,
just chilling.
I can't confirm nor deny Brad was chilling before game 2.
I seen him after. Just chilling, just outside. Hey, what's up, Brad? What's up?
I get the feeling.
What's up?
One
Brad
of
may be living in a permanent state of chill at this point.
Yeah, one of my favorite Raiders stories ever is we're in a road game. I think they're playing the Titans, and I'm going into the hotel. I see a Raider coming off the elevator, eyes red, smelling like Christmas, with a big old bag of Doritos. And he just looks at me like, I'm like, man, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm just trying to go upstairs and chill and like go to sleep.
I'm not a drug tester, brother.
Bro, you ain't got to worry about me. This will not be in the Sacramento Bee tomorrow.
Hey, real quick, Jay. Do you agree that Domantas Sabonis is the most overrated player in the NBA?
Overrated?
Overrated. According to, what's his name, Grant Hughes?
Bleacher Report.
Report.
I
Grant
don't even
Hughes.
know who that is, first off. So, I mean.
He's one. Domas is 1. 2 is Dylan Brooks. 3 is Valanciunas. 4 is Kawhi. And 5 is DeMar DeRozan.
That's a wild list. You put Dylan Brooks and
a lot of Compton in Los Angeles in there too.
I sense a lot of hate in that list. You know, what did DeMar DeRozan do to him? I mean, my thing is who rates Valanciunas? So I don't understand. Like, I've never heard anyone be like, man, that Valanciunas guy, my God, he's getting snubbed from the All-Star game. And everyone makes fun of Dylan Brooks. I'm like, I almost think it got to the point where Dylan Brooks was getting like killed unfairly to the point where he was a scrub. And I'm like, yeah, he can't shoot, but he's not as bad as we made fun of him. It's a weird list. Like, I don't know. I mean, what does Sabonis do to get on that list?
I guess it really comes down to
weird list. You got like a 5-6 time All-Star at 5, and a guy who was like all MVP, third team. I mean, at the top. I mean, I don't think anyone calls Sabonis like, Jokic. I don't think anyone has put him up there like, yeah, I don't know. I don't read a lot of this stuff for a reason, because you got a lot of people who don't watch a lot of people making overarching, conclusions on people they barely watch a lot of times, or they're talking to their buddy who's a scout, and the scout gives them 5 names and they run with it. So that's why I would say, don't read that stuff. Save yourself.
It feels like, and there's a lot of people, to be fair, there's a lot of people, and do what you want with it, but NBA Twitter and NBA community who feel like Domas is overrated. And it feels like it all stems back to this one playoff series, which is wild to me.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah,
well, but damn, he's overrated.
Well, you got to think about this too. A lot of folks didn't really watch a lot of Kings basketball till the playoffs. So if your first look of him is that, you're like, ooh, why was this guy an all-star? My God, Kevon Looney's putting him in prison right now. Like, really? And so if that was your first, think about it. Who was really watching him play in Indiana?
Well.
And then he goes from Indiana to Sacramento. I remember when they made the trade. I'm like, I like this trade. I'm like, Sabonis is good. People are like, what do you mean? I'm like, trust me. If you've watched the NBA, he's a good player. Now, was he, if you want to say he's not a top 10 player, okay. But I don't think to call him the most overrated guy in the league. Like I said, I don't know Mr. Hughes. I wish him well in all his endeavors, but I can't. I can't say he's the most overrated player in the league. That's like,
he shouldn't even be on that list. Like,
it's a weird list. It's a weird list. Yeah. Like Valanciunas, okay, who I've never heard anyone hype up Valanciunas like ever.
That's a great point. You actually have to be rated to be overrated.
Yeah, it's like I've never heard. I almost made like a mean joke, but I won't say that. You know, it's like,
you
it was like saying Trey Lance is like a top quarterback, and
that is a mean joke. That's completely uncalled for.
3 draft picks given up for the 3rd string quarterback. That's awesome work right there.
Oh, it's because the first one is the guy who took his spot is about to be the next Tom Brady. That's Trey Lance's fault. It's not Trey Lance's fault that he got Wally Pip for Tom Brady too.
Oh my God! I'm so glad football is back. I get to hear great stuff like that again. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. That's okay. I don't care about the NFL. You know.
The previous Tom Brady 2 is in Las Vegas.
Wow,
that was the old Tom Brady 2.
Yeah, and Belichick Part 2 was still there, unfortunately.
That's very unfortunate, my friend.
Hey, you know, Josh Jacobs is at home. You know, they got a quarterback who's not great at the defense.
Dorito smoking the Larry Bird.
And and see now, I start thinking about the Raiders season and start saying, okay, they're not going to be bad enough to get the top pick. They're about to be in that 6-win range, and they're going to do just enough to be close and lose a bunch of games probably. And Max Crosby will be great. Devontae will put up these crazy numbers, but every time he goes deep, the quarterback will look at him like, "Why are you doing that? I throw to running backs and right around here." And that's not a knock on Jimmy for me. It's just that I don't understand the fit. But hey, what do I know? Josh
McDaniels. I know that. You know more than Josh McDaniels.
Josh is a genius. Haven't you heard what Mark Davis said? He's doing a fantastic job.
Oh boy.
You got to give him time, you know. Yeah. You trade for Devontae Adams and sign Max to that big deal just to develop people. Give me a break.
It's gonna be a fun season with Jay for sure. Hey, keep up the great work, man. We're tapped into everything you're dropping over there, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
I
you.
got some more stuff coming this week, y'all. Even though the people in the comments are mad, like, what is it? I'm like, it says culture. So if you don't want to read this, you can go ahead and scroll by. But hey,
yeah, it's tough. People can't compute that. Like I
didn't ask to read about this. Well, don't. So you got to go to the bottom and left a comment because you didn't want to read it.
My browser forced me to click on this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jay the Hits, man. We appreciate you, my brother.
Y'all take it easy.
Jason Jones right there of The Athletic. Have you watched Swagger yet?
Have not.
It's I'm not done. I told you I got hung up a little bit because it hit COVID and it's like all right, like I got a little hung up. It's heavier than I thought though. Like it took a minute. And it's like the trial, like the old basketball and teams, an aggressive mother. Oh God. Oh, that's a story. Oh, this is a story. Oh, it's a little heavier than I expected. Very good though. Yeah. It's a really good show. It picks up. It's one of those. Let's introduce the story. Let's introduce the characters. There's backstories you don't know yet, and then their story. Like it's like, oh, this is a really good show. It's a really good show.
Maybe I'll start
Not
that
quite
tonight after the Giants beat the Diamondbacks.
There you go. Let's do that. We appreciate you. This was a unique show. Thank you for being with us through this journey. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you're listening on the TuneIn app, if you're listening on 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, and you just can't get enough, D-Lo and KC, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next for you here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Farhan.
Oh, hey. Flip, flop, flip, flop, flip, flop. Come on, man. The wall is up at Sky River for the humidor. The wall is up.
Ooh.
Yeah, buddy. We're looking. Their hope is September, October.
Ooh.
That she doesn't think it. She's leaning more towards October. She doesn't think it'll be there when we do our live broadcast. But
damn it.
Yeah. Tisha Campbell. Oh, Lord.
Hey,
I could have been right next to Tisha Campbell.
Hey, Tisha. That's my girl from way back.
Shepherd. Know what I want. Look, it just popping up on my timeline now. I'm a boxer now. All right, y'all. We gotta say goodbye because we might need to record something here real quick. All right, man. Appreciate you guys as always. We'll clean it up tomorrow. I think we'll see if we can get Tristan on tomorrow. I've reached out to Nick Wagner, of course, James. That'll be that's the working plan for tomorrow. So
we gonna make it happen, baby.
Hit the thumbs up before you go, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And broad.